and post it to the Hanford site.
So I'm Rebecca Hall, and I'm the chair of the Lease Committee, and it's Richard, who's the vice chair.
Hi.
I don't know if everybody's gotten a chance to read it, but there are copies of it in the back here.
Unfortunately, I failed. I wanted it on one page. The advice is relatively simple. I mean, CAB has issued two different previous advice on the traffic issues going out to the utilities on 4A. And this is, you know, just mainly looking forward. I mean, what DOE has currently in the planning is wait till 2030 to do an expansion of the roadway. This is to try and expedite the funding for that expansion of what do I keep saying for it's 4A to a 4-lane divided highway. With the increased traffic that's going out there, heavy traffic, if the current 4A will have to be serviced, resurfaced or rebuilt. And that would just make traffic out there unbearable for the workers. Hanford site has a big enough problem attracting people to work out there. Twofold. One is, you know, personally, I've commuted out there for 10 years out to TWST. I commuted to 400 area. That was an easy one. It was easy for us to get people to go to 400 area. People in the 200 East, 200 West, 100 areas, historically, they used to rely on the bus system, which would get them out there. Now, since the mid-80s, they've been, you know, basically it's all personal vehicles or van pools. And we are providing van pools, but it's the drag of a 45-minute commute in the morning and then a 45-minute commute after a 10-hour day. And so anything that DOE can do to improve that situation is the importance of not only safety, but just simply the mental state of the workers that get out there. And so from that standpoint, we're just primarily asking to advance the planning for 4A to be 4-lane. And then additionally, we have looked at the other aspect, which is we previously denoted that as traffic goes to 10, Route 10 off 240, it was a terrible intersection there at 240 and Route 10 and 225, if I get it right, coming from Benton City. The first year I was out back, I used to come out from Benton City and risk my life every morning. Well, they put a roundabout there, which has improved the situation, except now traffic's backing up at the roundabout. And so we reiterated our previous recommendation of improving flow to Route 10 from 240, especially with developments that are going on along 240 in Richland. They're going to develop all those irrigated crop area that's all going to become houses all along 240 there and expanding Horn Rapids up. Again, West Richland's putting in 3,000 houses on the other side of Twin Bridges. So improving that route is also important. So we're advising to work to improve from 240 up to Route 10. And then finally, one leftover that we got was the issue of the 300 fire station. It's something that we're just reiterating what we previously talked about, and that is to be aware of the situation where you have emergency vehicles and pedestrians in traffic in a tight area, and suggest looking at that. We're leaving it open, but highlighting that back up. So are there any questions or?
I see edits that included, changes that Susan and I both made to the advice, and I don't see that here or here.
I have those available. Those came after the meeting packet was distributed. So what was printed was what was distributed to everyone 2 weeks prior to the meeting. And I was ready to bring those up after the initial introduction.
It's 4S, is it 4A?
Says for us.
4X, yeah, it's 4S.
Okay.
It's 4X, that's why I was choking on 4A.
It is for us. Okay.
You want to give folks the opportunity to read the advice and then.
Yeah.
Sorry.
You added with the other edits.
Well, whatever
Yeah.
you sent back to the IM team with the addition of the budget comments,
Yeah.
funding. So it's a mixture of all of the edits that have been made so far.
So has the IN team had the ability to approve this version?
No, okay.
This process wise, it should be approved by the IN team prior. How many of the IN team members do we have here?
I think Larry, I don't know if, Chuck is online. It says here, so
So there we go.
Rob is here, Becky. And
And we're missing Aaron and Chuck.
So would you like to kind of give a overview of what those edits consisted of? Yeah, this,
this includes edits we made during the IMT meeting, edits that Richard then made after the meeting that are in purple, I believe,
Okay.
which are in, I believe, this draft that we have printed.
yes.
Which edits are?
So the computer. Yeah, so
Was the question? And just because it's written in capital letters does not mean anything.
Yeah.
For the sake of time, and because we're here working on this, I think it's important that we continue to work on this, but in the future, we need to ensure that have following this process and having IM team approval before coming to committee.
Yeah.
looks like the red ones came from Mia and the purple ones came from Susan. I think Richard's green.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
My computer's having a little challenge with the documents, a little heavy with all the changes.
um,
What, we just accept all and then read it, see if it makes sense.
well, we can start with Susan's, which I think is the first one that highlighted over the last several years, the number of vehicles commuting to the camper site was increased dramatically. Um,
Do we want to just go paragraph by paragraph? And
Yeah.
then, I don't know, Josh, if you want to read paragraph by paragraph and if folks can speak to any type of recommended changes or if they, if everyone wants to, they can accept the changes. Does that work for the group?
Okay. Can everyone see this well enough to read at the moment?
I have a horrible reflection.
I
Uh,
mean, that's already the overall, the increase dramatically is what's in the current one.
I think the composite really increased that,
If that's what you've added.
yeah,
has it
that's my
really-
question.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
because of what's, and because of the population.
But
And it has from what they showed us, engineering study.
because everything I've seen is that it's been relatively stable around 10. Employees has been between 10 to 12,000. Their capacity
Capacities, but single vehicle occupancy is.
over the last 3 or 4 years outside of COVID, not counting COVID.
Well,
They tell you it.
well, yeah. We're going out there.
Right, exactly. I say it. So, you know, but it's the, I just questioned the increase dramatically. Because the site badge population has not, I mean, not changed that much. Work has moved back and forth. I mean, yeah, construction at the site is easing off and they're moving into WTP and they're moving into operations. So the worker numbers are relatively stable and everything I've seen. That's why I'm asking you a question. I'm not.
There hasn't been a valid traffic study since 2012. And that information was used in a study during COVID. And the peak was 8,400 and some cars per day, mostly morning commute time. Which is over capacity for that road.
Yeah, let me just say, if you consider 2012 and 2004, it's probably drastic.
Okay, I mean, if that's what you guys, like I said, to me, I have,
Is there a better word?
even I don't,
Continues to increase.
Exponentially.
I don't, my
I don't think
own,
it adds, doesn't add much to the argument.
it can be a deflection word. People can get caught up in the statement and then spend their time trying to disprove it.
Yeah.
So you'd like to delete drastically, just increase period.
I like personally continues to grow because it indicates that it's not only an ongoing thing, but it could happen.
Are we also forgetting though, the fact that we're still driving trucks and things of that sort with full of riprap and concrete and crap like that out to the dump sites? I mean, that's a heavy load. We were doing that in 2004. So it is a lot more work. Remember, he came in and he told us to score on each one of those highways. And they're awful. Dangerous.
So if we just take out the word dramatically, and just leave, leave to the camper site has this.
It's, like I said, it's an emotionally,
Goodness.
um,
Might have to turn
reaction. It can cause an emotional reaction that people don't say, will try and spend their time disproving it, and that can destroy the premise of what we're trying to do.
Might have to turn off track changes because it's not working out very well.
So we take out the word dramatically. I don't know, this is accepting all those changes.
That is the version that the IM team approved. These are proposed changes that came after that. Or includes proposed changes in addition to the IM teams.
Too much the computer.
Everybody good with the first paragraph one?
Second paragraph would be done to change, we split the paragraph.
So there were significant changes that we accepted, but also you'll want
Sure.
to on screen.
I know.
Haven't accepted them all. I just had to stop displaying them because the computer couldn't handle it. A quick drink and I'll make an attempt at it.
Thanks. Let the computer do it. Just read it.
Yeah, that's not very.
You do that.
In 2016 and again in 2019, the board provided advice recommending improvements to Route 4S and Route 10 on the Hanford site, as well as highlighting other traffic-related issues. As a follow-up to the response to the board, or the response to the response the board received for the previous advice and concerns that there continue to be unnecessary risks to the workers at the Hanford site. The land use, infrastructure, and disposal, and safety committee received briefings on June 3rd, 2024. That change that. Waste disposition. The committee was briefed on the results of the 2020 road study for routes 2S, 11A, and 4S. I did add that reference after the fact.
Even as it was, which was brief. Rather than, did you add the?
Yeah. I looked back at the other traffic safety advice and that had a date in it. I thought it was nice because then people could look up, either the meeting minutes or the presentation, on Hanford.gov. So that's why it was that specific. I'm not tied to the date, so if you don't want it in there, we can come out.
That's what my concern comes down to is going up in triggered response. Why? I mean,
You thought there?
I don't want to influence your advice in any way, shape, or form, but whether you want to include the date or don't want to include the date, it's not going to aggravate or upset anybody from the department. So that's strictly a recommendation on your behalf.
all right. Committee was briefed.
Okay. So I'm going to continue the dramatic reading or?
We can read it, we can chat and stuff.
I need a moment to get into character if I'm going to go that route. Any other thoughts on this paragraph?
We've added the 2S and 11A, and this advice doesn't doesn't address that.
I know, it's just
Ju-
referring to the,
Yeah,
to the road study.
Right. I was saying is that for potential improvements, I, that leads to the question of why did we go, are we approving or disapproving of those improvements? I mean, the focus here is to improve 4S.
Right.
So that's why let's not potential improvements to Route 4S. Let's take the 2S and 11A. It keeps the focus on.
Are those-
Yeah, just at the end, right there. That keeps the focus on what we were interested in. Because the other are really more. They're not part. That's it for us.
are you still interested in the fire station portion of that?
Yeah, fire
Okay.
station. Let's start up with education plan.
I'll change that date. November 2025.
Hmm,
But it's just not predate.
eh, okay,
That wasn't in here.
so yeah, that was an addition. That's,
Yeah, I have something to add.
That is the change date. That's the updated milestone date for coal commissioning.
okay, so
I would be approved.
you take a read of this. With the vitrification plant expected to start making glass by November 2025, the board feels improvements to Route 4S need greater consideration and priority. It is the board's understanding that the current planning does not anticipate road improvements to be initiated until 2030 or beyond. Hanford's employment at the 200 East and 200 West areas is projected to grow by 1.018% by 2029, and shipment of glass canisters to locations on the Hanford site for interim on-site storage will commence. That's
So I can explain. The reason why I put the data in is because we're saying, this is expected to happen by November of 2025. And yet the road improvements aren't expected to start until 2030 or beyond. And so that's 5 years or more after the start of this large operation, lot of activity that's going to be happening. And so I thought that it helped our argument, by saying this is too, like, the road improvements we feel are happening too late. We think they should happen faster. And this is why. Now, maybe that's not clear, maybe it's not helpful. But that's why I put it in there.
I'm not worried about the date added in. It's the date, to say the least, but so where the statistics of the 1.1?
That's from the traffic study that they presented to the committee in June. Now, that number, I mean, I thought that if we had a number in there that showed that it's projected to grow, that would also help our argument. Now, I don't know if this is the number we should have. If it doesn't help, then we should just take it out.
I'm thinking the problem consensus is the problem now with traffic.
Right.
And the real issue comes down to is the current road will have to be repaired.
Right.
And so that becomes, the overall aspect of. I just got back from vacation, went through all the road, up I-90, through Idaho and Montana. And, to envision that type of activity out on site in the community is just, incredibly painful in my mind. So, it's not the growth of the traffic, it's the maintenance of the road that comes in. So
Is that really the big issue? Just the future maintenance of the road?
With I mean, the big issue we're pushing for all the timeframe is it needs, or the traffic going out there is a royal, whatever. The maintenance of the road makes it, brings a time frame of doing it, or actually up to more imminent. Because if you have to do the maintenance of the road or two-lane road, that's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, okay, so the crux of the whole issue is whenever maintenance is going to be required, we foresee it in the near future, then it's going to affect traffic out there significantly on where I get.
Right.
Okay.
More, I
I
mean.
mean, you're
right now,
laying the groundwork here and you're kind of getting too, it
detail.
should, yes, it should be more general. And you
Right.
get to the advice. The advice is.
Right. And so that's why I don't think, so right now.
And then also consider the fact if we start today. In closing a budget, getting the money assigned in 2 years. Then doing the planning for the job. It's gonna be 28 before they can do this.
Right.
So Josh, back to what's on screen.
Yeah.
Is that something that the group wants to keep in the advice or have it removed?
It was,
The percentage number, I don't think.
Yeah, just point out where we were.
or beyond. What we've lost is. We've lost the statement that was in there that said this is likely late. At the end. So where it says 2030 or beyond. We have a comma. This is likely too late. That was emphasizing the time.
Well, he said late. From the standpoint of having to repair the entire road.
Right.
Right. And. So, yeah.
Uh,
I don't want to diminish the importance of the background piece, but I think we're getting caught up on just a few words, and so. If there's things that you can't live without, if you could just communicate that so that we can continue on and get to the,
I don't want to lose that,
right,
that's safe.
Josh,
Now
somebody
do we-
online has got their hand up.
This. Oh,
I don't see any of this.
okay, yeah, that's, wasn't showing up on my list. Lorraine, what was your comment?
Yes, good morning. This is Lorraine Contreras with Yakima Nation, ERWM. On the Route 4S and the roads that you're talking about, do you have a map that you can show us?
That's just not showing up in the, ah, here we go.
Josh, I don't know if it counts, but that owl has a red light on.
That's the one that's not pairing right. This is the one we're should be seeing and hearing from. Okay. Sorry, Laura, we weren't able to, or Lorraine, we weren't able to hear you. Could you enter your comment in the chat?
So there's a big difference between repairing a road and reinstalling a 4-lane road. Significant difference in construction and design. And so I think there's a disconnect even broader than the 2030 and the 2025 time period with respect to time.
Well, the key comes down to is installing the 4-lane road. We facilitate repair of the existing road. Installing the
Oh,
4-lane
goodness.
road is something we've been pushing
I
for.
know, it's right.
It's the repair of the road that really is pushing the time frame of it. So,
Lorraine asked if there's a road map that can be referenced.
Can we cite the presentation? Can we cite the presentation that we were giving as a reference?
Yeah, I had added that.
Oh, that.
There was a note to add.
Tell her that's where the.
that's where, yeah.
I will link that chat for you, Lorraine. Providing the link to that road study real quick. All right. Okay. In addition, the TPA agencies decide to ship tank waste off-site to be grouted. Sorry, if the TPA agencies decide, this will increase the number of large, heavy transport vehicles on the existing roadway. Thus, road improvements are currently planned to begin years later than necessary. The board believes improvements to Route 4S and the Y barricade, which are considered mission critical for support of the waste treatment plant and tank farms, should be prioritized and expedited. I'm good with this one. Okay. The HAB supports the recommendation of the road study to expand Route 4S to a divided 4-lane road. The divided 4-lane road would reduce delays at the wide barricade, especially during peak badging times when some vehicles experience as much as a 7.5 minutes of delay. I was going to say a 7.5 minute. The existing physical conditions of Route 4S indicate that resurfacing of the roadway will be needed soon. Ideally, a separate parallel roadway could be constructed before the resurfacing disrupts the commute. The board recognizes that such an effort is a multi-year process requiring extensive evaluation of the potential environmental and cultural impacts of a proposed path prior to construction. The board recommends that funding of the project begin sooner rather than later, with a goal of completing the project before repairs to Route 4S are required.
So. Says,
A little bigger for my sake too.
yeah,
There we go.
I was gonna say, we should cite the group that's making the recommendation to start later than sooner, or. Because they presented to us, they have a plan. The plan is long and it's stretched out. But it's still a plan, and we're saying, we want the plan to be made sooner than later.
Sooner than scheduled,
Yeah.
plan for.
Yeah. And where we say. Resurfacing, continue. The board recommends it's okay, before that. Ideally, a separate parallel roadway that could be constructed, has been recommended or is considered. For minimizing, disrupting, not disrupting the commute, but somewhere in that sentence, you should say that and we're not just saying that it needs to be done. They're saying it needs to be done, but we're saying it needs to be done sooner. Because it just kind of comes out of the blue. The board says, go fix that road.
Well, we're supporting, the first sentence says we're supporting the recommendation of the road study. First sentence. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. Then say the road study.
Okay.
Yeah. Recommended by the road study. Yeah.
Okay.
And the other thing is we need to, kind of separate our own personal problems with the traffic and getting through the gate with doing the hard work of planning and making the road. That they're two separate things. They kind of combine and they're very irritating, but we need to be. Does that follow? I know we're upset about the delays and saying a 7-minute delay at the Imagine station, or even the 0.7, 0.5. But the issue is it's not the delay, but the issue is the road.
Well, not completely, because the
The delay is,
7.5 is a 7.5 minute delay for 8,000 people.
is a consequence
Well,
of the road, not,
It's a significant lost work effort for quality of life issue. I mean,
I'm kind of going to agree with you. I mean, if we take that second sentence, it's like a divided 4-lane road with reduced delays at wide barricades, especially during peak badging times, period. Which is, I think we can all agree on.
during peak back.
So are you sharing like peak but badge checks?
Yeah, what's badging time? Though?
Because it-
What is it?
Why-
that's something that they're okay with.
no,
Yeah,
Badge.
what is that? Yeah,
So for the Hanford people, badging time is the wide barricade. For non-Hanford people, we don't understand what it is.
okay.
Yeah,
And that's pulled from the traffic study. That's not, I didn't make that up.
That verbiage,
Yes, that whole, the 7.5 minutes, that was the whole, and then they tallied up for how many workers, the total number of hours that are lost just from this.
I
during
feel like the,
badging,
that peak
Back
badging time verbiage
we
was
take the times out,
both
change it
because then
to
I think there's something else. But
peak badging.
I didn't make that.
I don't, that'll make sure that you guys understand.
I'm just emphasizing what was said.
Yeah.
Um,
Let's just, I changed it to delays,
so
peak
then,
badging delays, at the times.
so this,
And leave that in,
is, okay,
when something's going wrong.
plays,
about comma after the first delay and say as much as 7 minutes delay.
Just take it.
Yeah,
After 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Delay.
got it, that's.
alright. Other thoughts on this paragraph before we move on? Good, okay. Okay, as discussed in advice number 301, the intersection of State Route 240 and State Route 225 to Route 10 represented a significant safety issue. The recent roundabout at the intersection is a safety improvement, but unfortunately it causes backup of traffic onto State Route 240. An increase in traffic flow to Route 10 via State Route 240 is likely due to planned development activities within the city of Richland and the city of West Richland. The HAB suggests working with the Washington State Department of Transportation to either extend the slip lane for Route 10 off 240 to consider the resurrection of an abandoned cutoff road from 240 to Route 10. That's across 2 pages, so it's the best view we're going to get. Okay, moving on.
That's a good one.
We'll bring up the safety issue here. We have any statistics to back that up?
There's been so.
Fatalities is fatality or something.
I understand, but for the last 10 years, has the number of accidents increased significantly? The number of fatalities increased significantly because of all of the traffic?
Well,
The presentation gave a pretty good description of the incidences that occurred. There have been several,
The study,
yes.
well, that's,
And 240 is not just Hanford, we're.
I should say you didn't look at Hanford per se. The question is down to, is the roundabout's only been there for 2 years now. And so it's early. We're seeing the effect of the backup or the surprise aspect, especially. So the emphasis is because they're going, the original probably going to put in 2,000 homes right there. And West Virginia putting in 3,000 homes. Most of it's being attracted to work.
and I guess my point is, throughout the presentation, this is the only place that we say anything about safety. And it's kind of thrown in there with not a lot of context to it. And to
Well,
me, that's,
you said safety in the first paragraph, where we talked about just the youth aspect of safety.
but again, the whole crux of this advice is the traffic and the projected repair on the.
No, that's what we have to do. It's a stress on the worker as well.
Yeah. That's across safety and infrastructure. Oh. That represent any changes to this paragraph? Yeah. As discussed in Advice 301, the Hanford Fire Department is restricted from using the merge lane, leaving the 300 area and must travel through an area with vehicles and pedestrians with lights and sirens going. This has caused an increased response time as well as the potential for pedestrian and or vehicle accidents. DOE's response to the board's advice number 301 stated that DOE and Mission Support Alliance were currently designing and building a new fire station, plan to vacate Fire Station 93, and for those reasons would not pursue a cost estimate to complete an acceleration lane, which calls for a reference. However, because of the unforeseen delay in cleanup activity at the 324 building, it is the HAB's understanding that Station 93 will remain open and the safety problems will persist. Therefore, an acceleration lane should be constructed and tied to the existing deceleration lane at the abandoned Apple Street. This would create a substantial acceleration lane for the Hanford Fire Department apparatus leaving Station 93.
Exactly how long, but there are administrative, I was leaving it open for them to have administrative approaches to protecting that. Because right now, when the new fire station gets built, it will service what is going into the acceleration lane. Current fire, this is being maintained because it's supporting the 324.
Right.
And so the traffic won't go out and come back in as much. So the question comes down to is to improve the pedestrian. I was leaving it open for them to look at the pedestrian and vehicle interface within the current routes and see what improvements can be made. This is much like historically, there was a death of somebody got run over by a forklift because forklift driver couldn't see him. And there was a great effort to look at pedestrian vehicle interfaces in the areas. And I was leaving that as the option, not telling them to put in an acceleration. So I really don't support adding that detailed advice. I mean, that was why the advice originally says, since will remain operational in an indeterminate period, board advised to pursue improvements, not necessarily the acceleration lane, because I don't think the acceleration lane will meet their need. Because it was to get people to go up to the 400 area. The new fire station will service that, a lot of that area.
Yeah, but the new fire station is gonna take years to be built. So isn't this saying that in the meantime, Station 93 is gonna remain open, so the same problems are occurring because of the 324 building cleanup being delayed?
That acceleration lane, though, what he's saying is,
Yeah,
it's the one that goes out to the main road.
okay.
But we're maybe,
Maybe I'm just not understanding the whole setup
Of the fire station,
of Station 93, the issues with the vehicle pedestrian interface.
yeah, and that's within that area, the fenced off area in there. And now they're building more buildings there in that parking lot where pedestrians are gonna be walking through there. I mean, it's dangerous right now without a fire truck, coming through there or anyone. So originally, we didn't put that on there because they were also servicing, like he said, the 400 area.
I see, okay. Is there something we can do, like ask for a study to be done? Something like a little more specific than pursue improvement in the situation?
when we got the briefing, the impression I got, they didn't even have, they didn't have the issue on their radar.
Right.
And so I really hate to just get a study.
Wasn't that the first step?
No,
What's the first step?
the first step is to have people go out there and take a good look at it and actually start fixing things. I mean, they don't have to plan and study. This is all, I mean, to me, administrative controls can be put in place within a month or two. If they went out there, if industrial hygiene goes out there and looks at, that's what happened with the run over of the people on with forklifts. So I would leave it as loose as we have it right now, from the standpoint to put it on their radar to go out there and look at the interface between pedestrians and the traffic for the fire station, because we're talking two different organizations here, which is PNL and HMIS, whoever they are now. And it's an HMIS responsibility to start markings, signage, whatever else to pedestrian crossing type of information. So these are not.
What is our advice point for this specific situation?
Go down to advice point.
Rich,
Do you wanna finish this paragraph
Well,
first, or
I
do you
was-
need to?
gonna try to tie the advice point to this paragraph.
Well, I agree. So I think we can take out the references in this paragraph before we move down to the acceleration lane, if that's not if that's not appropriate. I mean, we can start with that, right?
Right.
Isn't this fire station gonna have a wider scope until the 200 area fire station is built? It isn't gonna just be a 324 building, is it?
Yeah.
Is that true?
It's supposed to.
What about brush fires and the like?
That's.
You're.
You can't just have, you can't have a fire station instead and look at one building.
Yeah.
That don't make sense.
Right, but its main purpose there is to service the 324 building while there's people stay working.
So, where's the next fire station?
200 west or west.
Less
East-west.
than an hour away.
It's mostly emergency response capability. So it's not brush fire. I mean, the brush fire's probably be further out. But. So, the original advice says, as discussed in advice, is restricting use of urgent leaving through an area and must travel through the area of the vehicle.
So Richard, did you want to go to the advice bullets or did you want to stay at this paragraph?
Let's go down the advice bullets so you can see what.
Maybe you were planning on tying some of the information above to your advice.
Yeah.
That would make it fit. Okay.
Just scroll down to
That's
Let's scroll.
that's the end.
It should be, we can't see the chat sound.
Yeah.
Oh,
Stuff.
Delayed.
that's something. Okay, well, I will read you the advice points. Advice point 1.
Okay.
No, the last.
Oh, this is on an extreme delay. It's, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, it'll take a minute to catch up because the board encourages DOE to be proactive in improving conditions facing workers improving conditions facing workers commuting to the site. Sub-bullet. The board advises DOE to pursue expedited funding to expand Route 4S to a divided 4-lane roadway, and reduce delays at the wide barricade. The board advises DOE to explore alternatives in preparation for resurfacing of Route 4S. This may involve construction of a separate parallel roadway to reduce disruption to the daily commute. The board advises DOE to engage with the Department of Transportation to improve traffic flow from State Route 240 to Route 10.
It's just exploring alternatives. And it says this may involve, so they explore the alternatives. It's not telling them how.
The resurfacing, timing of resurfacing. It's more to promote the expedited funding. So
It's just take off the last sentence. The board advises us to explore alternatives to resurfacing and leave for it, period.
That's what this is with Richard.
Just the first.
So let's start at the very top at the board encourages DOE to be proactive in improving conditions facing workers commuting to the site. Everyone's good with that verbiage, correct?
Is that, using the term encourages, is that typical for advice? For
Advisors.
I mean,
Okay.
I think it would be beneficial
yeah.
to utilize the word advise. This is advice.
Yes.
Now with this, before we continue on and Josh takes the lead, we have about 15 minutes to wrap this up. I don't want to rush it. But at the same time, I need you to share that this is really important at this time of September. So I just want everyone to be mindful of the time that we have remaining.
Okay,
Josh,
moving this up.
first-
The first sub-bullet, is there any changes needed here? Okay, and then back to here. We were considering removing the second sentence. Is that an acceptable compromise? Acceptable compromise?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the final sub-bullet, the board advises DOE to engage with Department of Transportation to improve traffic flow from 240 to Route 10. All in agreement?
The original second advice was prior to pursue, the board advised to pursue improvements in the situation relative to emergency vehicle accidents rather than say the acceleration lane, because I don't think the acceleration lane will necessarily fix the situation, especially since so
Can we maybe take a different one approach, like the board advises DOE to, address the safety issues associated with the 300 area fire station and its life extension, or, and, you know, if you want to say something about it extending, but we're advising they take care of the safety condition.
Right,
That's administrative.
That's what's in this.
That's what
That's
the original line said.
I like that.
Okay.
And I think it should be just that we advise they take care of the safety.
But we don't use the word safety. I mean, Rob is saying this differently than how it is written in Richard's advice.
The word says that DOE pursue improvements to the situation relative to emergency vehicle pedestrian interface.
Safety instead of situation.
Okay, Jason.
Gotcha.
Okay.
On screen.
Working on it.
Your technology will cooperate.
Yeah, it's a little slow being a portable computer.
The most
Okay.
important thing you said in this question though, is you feel that's an administrative, as opposed to planning, concrete, things of that sort.
Right.
Striping, awareness, things of that sort involve that.
I think that this, I mean, you know, having seen similar situation, I think in administrating.
So that's what we said, they take care of, they use their existing structure and they got a safety problem. Fix it.
Right, and that's what I think the original advice says.
Well, that's not.
That, no,
So we can see the comparison. Which one?
I have a question for you. Is Apple Street and Albert Street, are those two different streets?
Yeah, I wouldn't even put those, I would take that whole first part out. That acceleration lane isn't what we're talking about.
Let them figure it out.
Okay, so if you want to tell Josh what to remove from the
Okay,
screen.
so we have
yeah.
the original one versus the revised one. Which one do we want to work from? Okay.
And then if you guys want to put the word safety or changing.
Yeah, and start out with the board advises DOE to address safety issues in the 300 area.
This is Pam. Can I say something on this one, please?
Something about the 300, the fire station. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, it broke. Yeah.
Everyone feel what was on screen first.
The beginning I liked. I think we need to remove the second board advices. If we.
This is Pam. Could I say something on this issue?
Okay, what do you want to replace it with?
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, my screen's get a little cluttered. Bam, what's your comment?
We've offered advice on this road issue and the fire station before. So I think we need to
They
reference.
were earlier. Let's double check.
Can anybody hear us?
Something.
The folks online can hear Pam.
Sorry, I'm going. Yeah. And somewhere along the line, there was a technical error. So I'm going to have to shut down the L's for just a moment. Okay. Testing, can we be heard? 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 Can we be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
I
I'm
can
not
hear
sure
you,
if you can
yes.
hear the people trying to bring issues.
And upping the volume. Okay, Pam, let's try again. What was your comment?
Okay, can you hear me this time? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have offered advice before on this, the fire station and the road. So I think we should reference it that we're offering advice again, and the importance of it. Thank you.
So
Yes, that would be fighting if we started that thing off.
there are a couple of
Yes,
references
advice
throughout
me,
this to advice 301, which was the path traffic safety advice.
Do those references, Pam, did that meet your concern or your recommendation?
So I'm calling you from my iPhone as opposed to my iPad. It's very hard to read. So
Okay.
I'm just gonna count on you guys getting that straightened out. Thank
Okay,
you.
so
It's in there.
So the second paragraph leads with, in 2016, advice 286, and again in 2019, advice 301, the board provided advice recommending improvements to Route 4S and Route 10 on the Hanford site, as well as highlighting other traffic-related issues. Does that sound like a acceptable reference?
Yeah, sure, you agree with that.
Okay,
That's great. Thank you.
okay, so moving back down, we agree on the actual advice points.
Right. Those, you just have to go up to the.
Second sentence needs to be that. That's number 2.
Oh,
Okay, so we were considering removing the redundant board advices, and the question we had was. how
what
would
can
we
you
like to
put
do
in?
that?
Restated in the first line.
Okay. Well, you just take out the board advice DOE and say.
I would say just at the period of time, considering the pedestrian interface, or the vehicle pedestrian interface. Considering the vehicle pedestrian interface, yeah.
I would,
Considering concerning.
or you could say improvements to the vehicle pedestrian interface are needed.
Okay.
Do we want to say specifically? That's sort of calling them the kids.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, the first sentence is very broad. Safety issues in the 300 area is a very large topic.
Yeah,
And then we have a specific statement next.
So it's, to me, it's like advises DOE to address
Okay.
safety issues in 300 area specific to the fire station.
yeah.
Yeah, specific to the,
I bet, yeah.
yeah,
Okay, so start from the beginning, please.
Okay, the board advises DOE to address the safety issues in the 300 area specific to the 300 area fire station. Which will, this 300, okay,
Which will remain operational for an indeterminate period of time.
Yes.
Period.
thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Revising the vehicle pedestrian interface, though.
Well, that's coming up. I think we're gonna add that.
Right, how about in the first sentence, right before safety issues, put vehicle pedestrian safety issues in the 300 area,
yeah.
right in front of.
no,
Do we address?
address the vehicle pedestrian safety issues.
Yes, right.
Okay. So first line,
Yeah.
right there. Yep.
Yeah. Bring this in a little like this. Okay,
That gets rid of the whole considering the vehicle interface.
okay, do we agree with number 2 out there?
The board advises DOE to address to the questions. So, so we put it in. Yeah.
I want to go back up again.
Okay,
Everyone's good with number 2?
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, and for this, do we just want to revert it to the original? That's,
Yeah, I think that would,
The only thing is, I think it's important to reference the response. DOE's response to our advice. Unless that now doesn't help because we've removed the acceleration line, but. Yeah, I don't know.
okay, so for reference, this was the original. As discussed in advice 301, the Hanford Fire Department is restricted from using the merge lane leaving 300 area, and must travel through an area with vehicles and pedestrians with lights and sirens going. This has caused increased response time as well as the potential for pedestrian or vehicle accidents. Since the delays in activity at the 324 building, it is the HAB's understanding that the station will remain open and the problem will persist.
It is the background. So. And we could make it cleaner and things like that, but it sends the message. I like it.
Yeah, you look like you want to add something.
I just, this is specific to emergency vehicles, but Becky, what you were saying is this is a bigger issue than just the fire department, right? In this area of the vehicle pedestrian interface and traffic concerns.
It is, but I think what our focus is based on our last two pieces of advice is mainly that when they're coming through the fire department and the ambulance are coming through there, with their lights and sirens going, and now it's even worse because like I said, they're building buildings right in the middle of those parking lots. Where before they could travel through there, and now it's even worse.
Okay. Because we've taken the word emergency out of the bottom, the advice point, we just have vehicle pedestrian and safety issues in the advice point below number 2. So I don't know if we want to say emergency vehicle pedestrian. Or if we want to say vehicle. If we're being specific about the fire station.
Well, it says specifically the 300 area fire station.
no, and then I think we still want to keep the 300 area fire station.
Right, but do we want to put the word emergency vehicle,
It's
Say
supposed to be
emergency.
the other year.
since it's not just any vehicle?
I'm good with whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
And are we in agreement on reverting the final paragraph to the original? Any other comments on this before this goes to the board meeting in September? All agreed in the Lids committee? Any objections?
Have there been any vehicle pedestrian accidents that you know of? Okay, just the potential.
So their likely response to this is a lot of striping. Maybe a couple poles with some lights on, the early warning for people crossing sidewalks, avoid it. Maybe a siren or two. Pretty simple, straightforward.
Yeah.
So it's totally an administrative issue.
And I think it's probably because, like I said, they're PN&L is building those buildings right there in the middle of parking lots. I'm sure it's probably something that's gonna have to be addressed. PN&L, I'm sure is gonna be saying something as well, but just to reiterate, it's still a problem. It's gonna be worse.
well, and they may not know the delay of the fire station closing, because now it's shut down. Right?
Shut down.
Well, I thought they had abandoned.
Oh, they're still
I thought
still
they were-
operational.
Oh, I thought they were reworking. Oh, they did rework.
They did some improvements and stuff, but no, it's still operation. They were just at 324 a couple weeks ago. They're fired.
Yeah, I think he mentioned that he's got, half a crew there every night, and then the other half's out there at 200. Yeah,
All the fire stations are manned.
yeah, 24 hours, yeah.
Right. The advice was written as good note in this though, right? Okay.
Great work, everyone. That was a heavy lift. And next time we're gonna go through, back to the item team before it comes to committee. Not got
So like that, we're right on time to begin this committee business. In June, feels like a lifetime ago now. We held a leadership workshop in which our committee of leadership went over the draft work plan and calendar for the next fiscal year. And we have the results of that available.
as far as what was added or
Yes,
if you want to pull up the work plan.
I
I don't believe anything was added to the land use infrastructure, waste disposition and safety committee. So what is on here is what is projected for FY 25. Now, I don't see any outlined opportunities for advice for the subcommittee, but that doesn't mean that the group is not able to provide any type of recommendation as we go through FY 25. These are just the anticipated updates the tri-party agencies plan to bring.
Can you remind me again what this, big annual environmental sampling report? Is that the groundwater?
No,
It's not-
that's
go
the
ahead.
entire, the Hanford site environmental report. So it's a book about that thick that reports all the sampling that's done on the Hanford site, air sampling, biosampling of all the animals, the change in as fast as the site. It's the global, it's one of the most impressive way of describing what's the effect of Hanford on the environment. And yeah.
I'm sure you've heard it before, but I
Very
couldn't
deep.
remember.
Is that well sampling as well? Water?
It doesn't look at, it looks at sampling leaving the site. It's really the end look of the site.
So it doesn't have.
It doesn't look at plume type of migration other than the effect.
One of our requests though is specific to the environmental testing of the WTP off-gas system. So hopefully we'll get back in this presentation. That's why it came to Hanks.
We're talking about this right now, though.
Right, but you want to know about the presentation from Hanks.
No, I was asking what this annual environmental sampling report was. It's on our work plan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I couldn't
I
remember.
was just looking at the,
specifically what it was.
on
Oh,
our agenda, second page.
no. Yeah, I'm just looking at the work plan.
Okay.
And Steve, we'll have our annual groundwater update. It's just outlined in the CARM committee. We'll have some information.
I mean, the key comes down to is for the LIDS report, it's the best overview of what Hanford, I mean, I think DOE doesn't present it enough to the public of how much environmental sampling is done and what the results are. And it talks about the impact in Richland. It looks at the air monitors that are out on site and walk around. And to me, for the LIDS, it's important for us to know what's the big envelope, what's the safety envelope of the Hanford site. I mean, it can be bad news. But it's a.
Yeah, thank you.
And I'd like to share that what we have here is essentially our roadmap. So when my team goes to plan for briefings from the department's perspective, we are planning to what is on the work plan. Now, if there is an emerging topic that comes up, that is something that could be considered to be added at a later date.
Now, the only other topic that we talk about emerging topics and probably is the potential 2,000 gallon shipment offsite for solidification of tank waste. Because our aspect is waste disposal, but it's assumed it will be jointly with tanks.
I'll take that request back.
I mean, there's going to be a briefing on that sometime or another. Is that in the tank waste one? Yeah, the 2,000 test.
Oh, the TDI, yeah.
Well, Huey came up with a fact sheet on the transportation. So maybe we should arrange that around the fact sheet. For the test bed.
For the test bed.
Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking it would just be a joint with, I mean, I don't think it's necessary for it to be on our topic list.
But when we're planning for that, that is the opportunity for the list committee to be included in it. Yeah. All right, any questions? And again, this will come forward in September at the full board meeting for full board approval. You want to take a look at the calendar, Josh?
The cleans that can swap for windows.
And taking a look at the calendar, it looks like it says TBD for October for committee meeting placeholder, so we'll take a look at that as we continue to plan.
What's changed since the last one?
I don't think anything.
Yeah, nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed on the calendar portion. Leadership workshop pretty much only looked at or pretty much only made changes in regards to topics.
Yes, yeah. I was just wondering because of the coloring is different. You've got the ones with black boxes around
I
it.
think those are all federal holidays. Or parent them, that's fine.
Did you and Ryan and Schuberger read together about committee of the whole meetings? Because I think that was something that was left off.
So that is something that was left off. And so what was decided, and should say decided, what we talked about was that historically, a committee of the whole would be a topic that would be of interest to multiple committees, and then folks want to get together. Now, when that would come about, that would be added to the calendar. So taking a look at what we had planned, all we had was the request for the briefing from Mr. Perkins. So anything else that we identified at this time. Now, with that being said, we have all of FY 25 where things may come up that may be of importance or of interest to multiple parties. And at that point, we take a look at the calendar and add it on. So the recommendation was maybe we just put like a little caveat in the work plan that said, you know, two committee of the wholes are planned for FY 25. Dates will be determined based upon topic availability.
Okay, and that's the same for the club as well, not putting a date on the.
We don't have a date on the calendar for that. But it is something that we can try to nail down before the September meeting, but not something that we've been able to get an answer to yet.
Okay, because I just don't want to get in and then not get our two, because we
Right.
haven't been proactive about scheduling and making sure those happen.
Right, no, and I think that this past year, we had our, the budget simulation in October, and then we also had the committee of the whole yesterday. So it's just as important to the tri-party agencies or to DOE, I don't want to speak for ecology, but for us to hold those committee of the wholes because they are extremely valuable. Ecology, do you have anything to add?
I agree. They're important. I'm speaking for Ryan and fake Ryan today, but but yeah, I believe that.
And I think that if we were to, like I said, add like a caveat on the work plan that says, these dates will be identified. And it's just something that can be like a continued conversation as the year progresses. Definitely something that I believe all of the agencies are committed to as we go into FY 25.
Okay.
It would be worthy of placeholder, the people identify and start to think about what might be going into those spots, just so that their own calendars, it's people's calendars kind of get.
So what we did this time is we added the Monday, right? We added yesterday. And so we would look at potentially doing a very similar thing for FY 25. So the earlier that we identify those dates and those topics, the better it works for everybody. I know people have vacations planned and just other commitments, so I think it's important. But not something that's been forgotten. We just want to make sure that we're utilizing the time appropriately.
There thoughts or questions on the calendar before this moves on to September board meeting?
And again, you guys will see that there's 4 board meetings. Have lots of committee meetings.
Is there a regional meeting planned for 25?
Not at this time, so I did take that request back. I don't have an answer yet, so. It's under consideration. Speaking of regional meetings, Julie only has 3 travel requests. And so if you plan to be traveling to Spokane, please put in your travel requests as soon as possible. We'll be putting, I didn't get a chance to look at this last week. Have happenings, but it's maybe something we need to highlight, like in bright yellow.
Yeah, it's been on there in increasing intensity each week.
Maybe like flashing or something.
Last week, I reviewed it for him last week and I was like, wow, he's really like, yeah, so good job.
We have till what, the 10th to make
So-
reservations too?
So there's two components to this. One is the travel request that goes to DOE. And the other component of this is booking in the room block at the hotel. The deadline for that room block booking is on August 10th, which is 4 days from now, or maybe less. I don't know how you count today.
I tried doing that yesterday and their website wasn't accepting, reservations for that time. It said they were all booked up.
I think you have to call. Because I ran through the same problem, and when I called, somebody was very helpful, so
Okay.
I'll make sure you're saying that you're going for the meeting, yeah.
Right. I tried that doing yesterday, but I got a runaround because the initial phone number must be someplace else. And not-
Yes, make sure you say some 10. I ran through the same problem, they're like, we have 4 different hotels.
Yeah,
And she said, do you know specifically where you're going? And so I read it, and she said, okay, let me transfer you. So yeah, it's a little bit of an issue, but
okay.
And then let's say I had the same problem when we go through a coordinator and she got the message both by calling and on the website, but there were no rooms in that room block.
Mhm.
Part of the problem was she was trying to book me for a night that wasn't part of the room block, so we won't get into that. The other thing was when it shows up on the screen, it looks like it's outside of per diem because it's including all the taxes and fees, which aren't part of per diem. So if it says 149 or whatever, and you know the room, per diem for Spokane is 127, it's okay.
Okay.
So just be aware of that.
But there are a lot of action items coming forward to September, so it'll be extremely important for the board to have their quorum. So if you have not put forward your travel request, please put that in now.
Yeah, if you do need assistance in booking, please let me know. Perhaps after the meetings today or on Thursday. I booked through the website. I haven't been able to recreate the issue, but I do have the contacts there that I can help route that through.
Okay.
I didn't have a problem when I clicked on your guys' link that you put in there. I didn't have an issue at all with it, so. And the code, the group code automatically comes up on it.
Yeah,
It's
it did for me, but it also said, and those dates are available.
Josh, Dan's got her hand up again.
Pam,
We're still.
comment?
Thank you. So Josh, as I mentioned to you, when I used the link to set my reservation, it gave me 2 nights. So is that something I need to correct, or is that something you're it was part of the link?
It it defaults to Monday night and Tuesday night. You have the option of selecting one or both of those. So if your reservation was not what you intended to be, we can go back and correct that. Send me an
Okay,
email.
thank you. Okay, I'll get in touch with you tomorrow.
Any comments on our proposed calendar or the September meeting?
And if there's something that you guys think of that you would like to see added to the work plan, just send me an email so I can track it down before September. I can see if it's something that can be supported.
So. Moving on to.
Sorry, Josh, one quick question. So when will we be planning which meetings, which committees meet which days in October?
Those are placed on placeholders right now.
To be determined, and so that is something that my team will be continuing to track down. I know like the CaRM committee, they are having a 324 update in October, so they absolutely will be meeting. I believe Tanks has a few things that they have identified for October. And so I can work with Becky and Richard, we can take a look at if there are some items that can be incorporated for this committee for October. But I don't have an answer for you today.
Yeah, I'll be the incoming chair for the Community Outreach and Engagement Committee, so I kind of just need to know when that's gonna be.
Absolutely.
I can put it on my calendar.
Absolutely.
If we have agenda items, you know.
And we do have on this version of the calendar, there are, little yellow blocks for committee planning called placeholders, so. They're probably just maybe not in there.
But this is for 20.
But this is for like
Yeah.
October.
Oh,
And so I'm trying to figure out how we can, so when is the committee planning call for the October?
So we have an
Yeah.
EFC call planned. We can talk through what folks need for October at the next ESC call. And so Josh, I don't know if Amber's included on that calendar invite, but as the incoming chair for the COE, can you make sure she has that?
Okay, so that'll be coming up
I think
after the board meeting.
It's the last Wednesday.
it's in August, at the end of the month.
August 20th is
okay.
the next one.
Got it.
And then September's was moved to the 16th, I think, or the 14th. I don't know.
Make sure that's on the calendar. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll update that. So moving on, we have other topics as needed for the LIDS committee. Two things I know need to be addressed. We currently have draft meeting minutes for the April LIDS CARM meeting and the June LIDS CARM meeting that were sent for certification. Have you gotten a chance to look at those?
I have, not,
Okay,
I've been off work for a week. I've not seen them. I will tomorrow. I'll be, look at them.
I'm having problems with my emails somehow, but.
all right.
I'll follow up with you, right? You'll follow up with Josh after the meeting?
Yeah, I'll take a look at it tomorrow when I'm at the office.
And it sounds like there are currently no topics identified for an August LIDS meeting. So that'll be revisited at the next ESC call. Is there anything else?
Is
that
it
needs-
August, isn't it?
October.
October.
We're here.
Sorry, we'll look at the October LIDS meeting at the August ESC call.
I think a lot of that will depend also on, if this advice goes forward. If we get, a response back from DOE possibly.
So I would not anticipate that we have a response to the advice by October, just because we're working on the response to the previous advice on true waste.
Okay.
And so I think that if it doesn't, I can't imagine it won't go through, but if it doesn't go through, I would anticipate the need for a working session for the committee to work through that. Yeah.
The annual report comes out in September. So
I'll look into that.
that was probably the time that him selling remember what it just did.
Minor details. Okay, I'll ask the question.
Just want to check the thing.
Oh, yeah.
Published.
Take that back.
Is there anything else that needs to be covered for this committee before we conclude?
I don't think so. I think we are at a break now for the
Right on
list
time.
committee. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, can you hear me?
Back in business. And I think we're ready to launch into the day's twist meeting. We're gonna do another,
I don't think we need to do a formal opening. Again, do we just want to go around the table and do introductions as we continue into session 2 with the twist committee?
sure.
Sure.
So
My name is Rob Davis. I'm the chairman of the committee. This is my vice chairman, Ralph Parmalee. Next.
Susan, you're up.
Oh, Susan Coleman. Responding to somebody. Multitasking. Not very well, evidently.
Brian Chumger, DOE Environmental Compliance.
Lindsay Summers, DOE.
Mary Ann Waneke, HMIS.
Laura Caulfield, TNX.
Eddie Holbrook, ecology.
Dan McFadden Ecology.
I'm Alvarez, Ecology. Mia Burke, Camper Challenge.
Jim Doherty, or Oregon. Steve Anderson, Franklin and Grant County Rep.
I'm Josh Patna, the facilitation team.
Chris Sutton, Public at Large.
Larry Brand, Public at Large.
Amber Waldron, Park American Northwest.
Warner,
Jen Flores, Facilitation.
Tom Rogers, Washington State Department of Health.
thank you. And I can go down our many online participants. We have Cynthia Bales. If you'd like to unmute your microphone to introduce yourself, please feel free. Stephanie Brasher,
Good morning, Stephanie Brasher, HMIS Tri-Party Agreement.
Dan Solitz,
Good morning, Dan Solitz, public member.
Esteban,
Esteban Ortiz, Columbia River Keeper.
Gabe Bonnie,
Yay, Bonnie, Nestor Tribe, public.
Catherine Glick,
Catherine Glick, hydrogeologist, ecology.
Matt Hendrickson,
Morning, Matt Hendrickson, Oregon Department of Energy.
Morgan Johnson,
Morgan Johnson, 100-300 Area Lead, Department of Ecology.
Kermit Mankiller,
Man Killer, Nestor's Tribe, ERWM.
Lorraine,
Good morning, Lorraine Contreras, Yakima Nation, ERWM.
Lee Wong,
Good morning, Li Wang, Yakima Nation ERWM.
Liz Matson, Matthew Campbell,
Matthew Campbell, Confederated Tribes, the Umatilla Energy and Environmental Sciences Program.
Steve Needles,
Steve Needles, Ecology.
Megan Perkins,
Megan Perkins, Department of Health.
Michael Turner,
Morning, Michael Turner, HMIS TPA support.
and Matt Williams.
Matt Williams, Ecology Air Engineer Unit Lead.
Thank you, everyone. With introductions up, I think we are ready to begin our first briefing. That is the NUCON vapor abatement. Who will be leading that?
Well, can I say a few things first? First of all, today is a day that, Hiroshima was bombed, and Saturday will be the one where Nagasaki. The whole reason why we're here has to do with the ending of the war and the development of the bomb. And so, I think all recognize how important that is. And I just think we ought to take a time out or something and just reflect on the fact that this was part of history. And what we're doing now is also, 79 years later. we're still here, so. Okay, the next thing I want to say is, welcome to the tank meeting. We've had, several meetings this year. The last meeting we had was in June. We had a fantastic discussion on the Advanced Modular Treatment System, okay, or AMPS. And we learned a lot of information about that. Please, if you're interested, look that up on our website. And the second one was one by Richard Volley talking about the test bed initiative and giving us a lot more information than we've had before on the test bed initiative. So, and those are referenced in our website. So please feel free to go through those, and like all of ours.
And Rob, I'm
Yeah.
gonna add in on the test bed, because you're not as addicted to your phone as I am. But Hanford just sent out a notice that the test bed initiative construction has begun.
Okay. Very good. So what do we have next time? 180 days, right? To get the samples back and start the process. Isn't that right, Mike? Oh, I like that. Yeah, I was, at one time, I thought, and you had mentioned concern about the time level, that they have to get it done. But anyway, our first discussion today is going to be talking about, the, NUCON or the vapors. Vapors have been an issue for the Hanford workers for many years. A lot of suggestions have come up, and ventilation, et cetera. Well, DOE, decided to take a strong hand at it and actually implement a test, setup for, destroying the vapors. And so that's what our discussion is going to be about today, the NUCON. I hope people looked at the website I sent out to most people and board members in the committee that, and given them a link to that website, and very illustrative of their process. So, please.
So this is going to actually be an ecology-led briefing by Dina McFadden. And we have Brian Trimberger who will provide the department's perspective.
Okay.
I'll be bringing that up in just a moment.
So, as Rob said, I am here today to talk about NUCON, but not the technical aspects, but about the permitting part of it. Because ecology is in charge of doing the research, development, and demonstration permit part, paperwork. We're good at paperwork. Next slide. Amy's not here with me today. I have Eddie with me to help answer some of the more technical questions. And then we have our DOE representative here will also help us if you guys have questions beyond anything I can do. So what we're going to talk about first is just in general is what is a research development and demonstration permit, which I'll probably just call an RD&D permit from this point forward because my tongue gets tangled. So these are permits that we do that we issue when a facility or permittee has an innovative or experimental technology or process that they want to try. And so when you issue these permits, they have all the safety aspects to it in the environment, and they're all good for a year. Extensions can happen, but initially they're only good for a year. So this RD&D permit is operated by DOE, obviously, and also co-operated by WRPS. And as Rob mentioned, it's an RD&D permit like the TBI, 2,000 gallon test bed initiative that we did earlier in the year. And I guess now it's going forward. So yay! Next slide, please. So a little bit of background on NUCON. So we got the initial application in 2023 for phase 3. So phase 1, they did that in Ohio at the NUCON facility. And phase 2, which was an engineering scale portion they did here locally at PNNL. So we're to phase 3 where they're gonna do the on-site testing. And it's gonna, what does it say? Fortunately, I can't read the slides, so we're not gonna have to worry about reading the slides to you because I can't see them well. So it's, but we're testing to see if it's actually gonna work. That's the plan. And so it's designed to use a combination of thermal oxidation, carbon absorption, catalytic conversion, and the filtration of, my computer's asleep, filtration of combustion byproducts and particulates to treat tank vapors. Thank you. So that's what it's supposed to do. And it's designed to reduce the chemicals of potential concern to levels as low as 10% of the occupational exposure limit, which is really good. So NUCON, the thermal oxidation system itself has a HEPA filtration, air filtration skid. It has the NUCON thermal oxidation skid. And NUCON is the registered trademark of the company. That's why it's, and then the related auxiliary equipment is gonna be there, and then it's using the BY tank farm infrastructure. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the scope for the permit is it's authorizing the testing of it. We're hoping that this will accelerate the permitting of the whole process. If it works and it does what it's supposed to, then they can build it into the main permit. It allows for a specific amount of testing done to reduce or remove the toxic chemicals from the Hanford tank air emissions. Again, it's good for 1 year. And it is not part of the main Hanford site-wide permit. If it works, then they'll discuss and see if they can go forward with that. And it's on, I think it's the next slide. You can go to the next slide. Yeah, it's gonna be put on single shell tank BY 108. And the reason they picked that is because that particular tank has an abundance of the chemicals that are gross. I'm sorry, a potential concern. But the chemicals that need to be processed out, BY 108 has a lot of those. It has power and utilities nearby, seems positive. And it's not going to interfere with any other projects or operations that are going on in the area. So that's why they picked that tank. Next slide, please. So the comment period starts August 26th and will continue through August 10th, 2024. If you go to the ecology website, we're going to have all of the draft documents on there, the focus sheet, the fact sheet, all the stuff you need to do, and also the link so that you can submit any comments that you want to put about the Airbnb permit. Once we get all the comments, we'll review them, make our final decision, and then when they issue the final permit, they'll also issue the response to comments document. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we support the proposed NUCON demonstration Airbnb permit because it can treat the tank vapor chemicals that are coming from the single shell tanks. Next slide. Eddie, did you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. I'll just note that you also have Matt Williams online. Who worked on the native construction for this particular phase of testing here related to the air quality requirements. So you have not only the RD&D permit, which is done by the dangerous waste staff within ecology, but you also have some air notice of construction approval order that was required for this as well. So we have a few folks online that can also help answer questions if there are any at this time.
Can we go into the department's perspective for our question?
We can do that first. Next thing we'll invite is agency perspectives, like again, a theory.
Yeah, and to add what Eddie said, we also had to work with the Department of Health on the radiological air emissions. So there's actually 3 permits that we had to deal with in association with this. we think it's a good project to move forward. Hopefully it does work, and then we'll determine whether it's practical and feasible to add it on to the rest of the tank systems.
And just, I don't believe we had anyone from EPA on, but just to confirm, is anyone from EPA available?
We have Tom from Department of Health. Tom, do you have anything else to add?
No.
Didn't put you on the spot.
And with that, I think we're ready for committee questions. You going, Rob?
Do most of the single show tanks have the same type of issue that this particular tank has?
Every tank has headspace gases. What is the composition is different for each tank.
Okay.
We chose the BY tank because it seemed to have the most potential contaminants, and it will give us a broader range of what can be destroyed in the process.
Okay, so this test is really to determine all of the types of gases that can be destroyed in this process.
It's what's typically found in the headspace. So we may run across a tank at some point that is a little bit different. And that's why we have to analyze to see if this system would work in each tank, if the process does prove feasible.
A question in the room or online, Rebecca?
Well,
Rebecca, and then
okay, Rebecca, I didn't see your.
So you mentioned that if this process works, it'll go forward. So how do you measure whether or not the process is working? Are you going to analyze, you have certain things that will trap the contaminants and then you'll be able to measure that, or how will you know if it's working?
So we'll analyze what's in the tank before we start. And then it runs through the entire process, and we've got multiple places where we could potentially pull samples. So we'll pull samples after it completes the different process trains that were discussed. So the carbon, the HEPA filters, the TCO, and then we'll analyze the off gas and see what constituents are there and see if things have been destroyed.
So this is in the headspace then?
Yeah, we're just pulling.
Canisters and things like that?
How we sampled in the headspace, I'm not positive, but we'll sample the headspace and then we'll sample as we're doing the process. And there's a sampling plan that we needed to create to determine what was the appropriate samples to take and when and how.
Mhm.
in queue, we have Rob and then Matt.
Yeah, I wanna maybe take a step backwards in a second. So have all the tanks been sampled? Has the vapor space in all the tanks been sampled? Does anybody know?
I'm sure it must have.
At some point there have been, but when it was sampled and for what is not, I don't have that answer.
Right. So, so first of all, for the rest of the committee, this is almost an identical process, chemical process, as what's being in the WTB. Each of the melting facilities has the same set of PCOs, carbon bed filters, mercury abatement, it is additional, but anyway, so it's a common technology and there's a number of companies out there. The permitting though for this phase 3, is this a full size component or is this just a test component? Do we know?
I'm not quite sure what you're
I mean,
asking.
well, if we have a full-size component that you're gonna take to a tank or a tank farm and pull it off, it's gonna be an industrial size, being able to handle lots.
Or is this a prototype?
Or is this, yes, that's a good.
It's a prototype to test one tank.
Right,
So depending on whether you end up, if it works, if you pull it off, put it on one tank, or then you'd have to see if it would work on if you've got a 6 tank
Right.
farm and be able to run that through one exhaust.
Right.
Which it should probably be able to be scaled, but we haven't demonstrated that yet.
right. Well, NUCON's got stuff on their website where they, yeah. So the fact that, our tanks are not mixed and our tanks are stagnant. And that we get, very good density separation. They're like clarifiers. And the heavy stuff goes to the bottom, the light stuff goes to the top. How do you know you're drawing the vapor from all the levels of vapor space? You're just gonna pull it off of a riser. Is what I see in discussion in here is they're gonna just suck it off a riser. How do you know that that is gonna give you a homogeneous sampling of what's inside the tank?
We're not trying to pull additional vapors out of what's in the tank, it's just what's in the headspace. So what would normally, if the tank is just sitting there, we're just looking to see what's in the headspace without trying to pull additional pollutants out of the solids or the.
No, I'm not talking, I'm talking about the vapor space, the headspace. In many cases, the headspace is also stratified with the different density of vapors that are in there. How do we know we're gonna get those out?
I'd have to look into that. I don't have that answer.
Okay. So there's a list of about 150 some odd constituents in that vapor space. Okay. Constituents of concern in the organic realm. It's a very sophisticated set of analysis to do this. Are you taking grab samples of the final product? And running into a lab and how is that being transformed? I'm asking engineering questions and you're permitting and yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. And I haven't looked at the sampling plan for a while, but there is a whole mechanism. And that's one thing that we did talk about when we were doing it is what we're gonna sample for and when. And so there's already a plan out there. I just don't have that information off the top of my head for you.
Okay, and so then in your permit then for success of this experiment, this is phase 3. You're gonna take that test sample afterwards and you're gonna report everything you can find in it. Okay. Is that gonna, okay, so this really comes down to is how do you know it worked? And how do you know it didn't work? And the question is that because the vapors are still very kind of mysterious, people don't really understand what's making people sick, what's not making people sick. Some people are more sensitive than other people. But to think that we can actually say that we're getting all of them, I think is a stretch. And so what is the proof of pudding that we say, yes, go to phase 3 or phase 4, phase 5, or go to development of the actual units? What kind of answer? Are we gonna get a report that's gonna say and report all these information? You know, what's the trigger?
Rob, I think you just asked like 10 questions.
I know.
Like 30 seconds.
Well, I think the main thing is there will be some sort of a sampling or report generated at the end that will demonstrate the testing that was done, the results of it. So, yeah, and again, there's a lot of questions there, so hopefully I get to answer. We'll grab samples in the headspace beforehand and after, and we'd analyze for the same chemicals. So we can sample what's in there to begin with, and then we'll look to see if it's still there after the process.
Right.
We won't sample obviously for every chemical, just because it's not practical.
Yeah.
So we'll pick certain ones that seem to be the most idealistic and determine whether we've had the appropriate destruction of those.
Okay. And is your expected experiment gonna run a year, 2 years, less than a year?
It's about 3 months is the actual time frame that they're gonna run the process.
Okay.
But we are permitted to be able to do it for a full year,
Okay.
but we're not expecting to take that full time.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you, so much. I still recommend folks go to their NUCON, the website. And there's a lot of discussion about the destruction of the, both, well, these are not very many. Well, actually, there are not that many radionuclides. within the vapor space. It's mostly the organics that we're considering.
Correct.
Yeah, and so anyway, I encourage everybody to go to the website, look at their process. It's pretty good. Any other questions?
We have Matt next to you. I do a check to see who else is in here. So me, Amber. Back.
There's a couple of folks online as well.
So, okay, Dan, so I saw Matt, Mia, Amber, Dan. Matt, go ahead.
Well, I have the air permitting people here. I know it's a relatively minor source, but I saw that the fuel for the thermal oxidation had changed, I believe, from propane to diesel, and you now have a diesel exhaust fluid system, a urea-based system to work on some of those combustion products from that. Is that true? It's now diesel?
Yes, it is now diesel. We had to use diesel because of nuclear safety issues. They did not want us to use propane within the tank farm's boundary. So that's why it was switched to diesel.
Okay. And so should this R&D prove successful, we would expect diesel for future applications of the NUCON system, correct?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And I know that you have a carbon bed in this. It might be a little bit early, but has the disposal destination for that been chosen already?
I don't believe so. It would probably depend on how it characterizes, if it's got to go off as a dangerous mixed waste or just a mixed waste, or what the ultimate disposition will be based off of the characteristics.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Did you look into other energy sources for power maintenance besides diesel, just because of diesel fumes not being great for workers to inhale, not being very safe?
The diesel is part of the process, so all the diesel fumes will go through the abatement system. So the diesel's not going straight out, we're using the diesel to do the combustion that's needed to destroy the chemicals. And then everything goes through the off-gas system.
So workers wouldn't be breathing in fumes from the diesel, that's what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. So Matt asked about this, but just want to clarify, so where are the parts of the system going? Where are they being disposed? You said each part has to be characterized, is that correct?
Yeah, disposal pathway would be determined based off of whether it's a hazardous waste, a mixed hazardous waste, or just a low-level waste. And it may not be, if it proves feasible, we wouldn't want to dispose of a lot of that stuff if we can reuse it.
Right, yeah, but later on, I mean, eventually you have to dispose.
Yeah.
And the other question was, is there a phase 4, or what happens after phase 3? If everything is successful?
If it's successful, we would have to decide whether we want to implement it throughout the rest of the Hanford site and the tank farms.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, now I'll just add some context to the disposal question. So, if the carbon bed or some other parts of the equipment or any piece of it were to become solid waste in a sense for disposal, it would have to follow through with the dangerous waste generator requirements for characterization and designation, like Frank was saying. So the requirements wouldn't be in any of the permits per se. It would just have to follow through with generator dangerous waste requirements at that point, as a newly generated waste. If it were to become waste.
Amber, good question.
Oh, so if it is successful in reducing the dangerous vapors, some of the chemicals in the vapors, so then what would be Ecology's next move? Would that be something that would be negotiated to be added to multiple tanks in the future? Like, kind of what would be the next steps around using this as a safety, worker safety tool?
That would have to be up to DOE management. I don't believe the vapor settlement requires us to implement it. We were to test it. So it would have to be, if we decide to do it, we work with the ecology to do the proper permitting, when we get there. But the funding issues, overall safety, so there's a lot of considerations that would need to be done and looked at before we decide to move it forward.
So there's no tri-party, there was a settlement, there's nothing that's requiring DOE to do it in the end? Or was that something that other parties will be involved with? I guess that's more of a policy or legal question, just wondering.
Yeah, I don't know enough about the settlement agreement to answer that fully then.
Yeah, so ecology wasn't necessarily a part of the settlement agreement per se, right? So the settlement agreement is Washington State and Department of Energy and contractors and such, and some other parties that were involved as well. So ecology wouldn't have a next step, like Brian was saying. We would wait for Department of Energy to make that decision that if they do want to attach this to other tank systems throughout the tank farms, they would have to go through the permitting, not only for dangerous waste requirements, but also for air quality requirements as well, for new discharge points that could be created based off of this, I guess, expansion of it if it were to happen.
So there's no DOH requirements either, that this will go into place.
There is a DOH requirement in that, as was mentioned, there is a minor radiological component to what's in the headspace, as well as a radiological component within the tank. So all the tanks right now have either an active, in other words, a powered HEPA system, HEPA air filter system, or radioactive controls, or a passive one where basically the system operates off changes the barometric pressure, which changes the pressure inside the tank. Sorry for the hand gestures. But we would also work with the Department of Energy and Department of Ecology to ensure that that radioactive air component permitting requirement is carried out in accordance with primarily the Clean Air Act and then the state law, the state Washington Administrative Code that guides radioactive air controls. So, thank you.
Okay, next in queue, we have Dan and then Steve. Dan, your question, and then Matt back in queue. Hi, Dan.
Yes, thank you. Would you be retrieving the tank during this testing period or disturbing the contents of the tank? And will you be able to do a full retrieval on a tank to see if this can handle a full retrieval and how fast the head space recharges as it enlarges?
There will be no retrieval during this. This is just headspace gas. And I don't know what would be done during retrievals. And that would be something that we'd have to look at is if during retrievals, if we have the same process, if it would work as well.
Okay, thank you.
And Steve.
I was just wondering about the volume related to, you say waste disposal. Is this gonna be like filtration material? What kind of waste are we generating here?
So
How much?
not exact, I mean, we're talking about a very little amount of waste. I don't know the exact size, of what NUCON is or how big it is, but
It's not very big. The engines, I don't remember the horsepower off the top of my head, but it's basically two skids, so it's movable by like a forklift between it. So it's not a huge, it's not the size of this room.
So what, guess toxicity are you expecting in terms of radionuclides or other hazardous materials? Is this gonna be low level, high level? What kind of waste are we generating? The vapors, do we know?
I don't think we would know right now because Department of Energy and its contractor would have to characterize that, at the point of, it becoming a solid waste for disposal, right? So under the generator requirements, you know, as soon as an entity decides that they have a waste, they're required to go through the characterization and designation requirements under our dangerous waste Washington Administrative Code and identify if it's a dangerous waste for one, if it's a mixed waste for another in a sense, and then make those decisions at that point. Those records are part of their administrative record, and we would review those records, you know, either through a compliance inspection or site visit or some other means as well.
then we'll end up with a report at some point, giving us an idea as to what we're dealing with. Is that correct?
So I think the report itself won't necessarily speak to the like dangerous waste, like generation part of it, but they will be required to maintain some kind of like characterization record of like what that media designated as possibly when they decide to start.
Okay. So I would want to know both, I mean, I want to know the quality of the resulting, space and that, and also what's being generated, how I have to handle. Of course, yeah. Thanks.
We have Matt next in queue. Go ahead.
Speaking of the quality of materials generated, since we're looking at organics and these volatiles, I know these tanks are fairly well insulated, but is NUCON being planned to do this test during, say, the times when the tank's temperature is the hottest? Because that's when you're going to get the greatest range of volatiles in the headspace, versus when the tanks might be a degree or two colder.
I'm not sure the timing of the test because we still need to construct the system. And then install it, so I'm not sure when the actual 3-month timeframe of testing is gonna take place.
Hey, Matt. Most of the tanks are self-heating. The decay of the radioactive products raises the temperature in those tanks. So there's very little effect of outside to inside. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's part of what I meant by well insulated. Not the environment doesn't affect them as much as what you have in the tanks. But if there's a trend out there that notices, 0.2 degrees warmer one time or not, or during certain months, that might be valuable.
So one of the key things that we need to all put in perspective is that that the off gas in the WTP is heated to about 700 degrees centigrade to destroy the organics and break up those complex carbon chains. And then it passes it into the SCO or a carbon bed, essentially. And then, of course, because of the nitrate issue, then they got to get rid of the nitrates and the TCO. But the big point is that the key to this operation is destroying the molecule, is breaking it up. Long carbon chains, heat up to high temperature by the engine, and then destroying the molecule, and then filtering the remains of the molecule out. That's the concept here.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, for we to all understand what we're asking for, in many cases, there may be a secondary molecule that you're actually analyzing for.
Yeah, there is gonna be stuff that will be generated from the combustion process, and that's been taken into account in the sampling plan. There will be a slight difference between what happens in NUCON and WTP, because with WTP, it's gonna be some of that's gonna go into the glass and be melted and destroyed during the glass process. So not everything that comes into WTP is gonna go up into the exhaust like it would in NUCON. So there is a slight difference between, even though the components are the same, the process is slightly different. Yes.
Is NUCON gonna do the sampling at the various stages? And is NUCON gonna be responsible for the analyses of the samples? Or are the samples gonna be sent to one of the labs under contract to a CPCO or DOE?
I'd have to look to see who's actually doing the sampling, whether it's NUCON or WRPS, or it's a combination. I'm not sure the actual who's operating what components when they're actually doing the testing.
Okay.
Other questions in the room or online?
Thanks a lot. Is that document that we cited available, the settlement agreement? Is that a referenceable document?
The
The
air,
papers, settlement agreement.
I believe it's on DOE's website.
Okay, so it is available.
I
Okay.
believe so.
Yeah, there should be a vapor settlement website.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but it should be on there.
I believe we've sent it out before.
That's not one that I recall, sorry.
Okay.
Confirming, any other questions?
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
I'm checking. Yeah.
If it-
Well,
You're right.
it seems to me this would be a never-ending process until the tanks are thoroughly empty, right? The headspace would recharge with gas after it's been pumped out slowly.
Yeah,
So you'd have to keep,
if you install it, you'd have to keep running it.
Yeah.
In order to keep destroying
Okay.
vapors.
so it would take many multiple of units to do that.
And Rob, it's hanfordvapors.com and there's a link to, the settlement agreement.
Okay, good. So some of our tanks at the bee farm are cascading tanks. Would you economize by having one pulling from all the other cascading tanks?
You could, if that was the way that it was, and I believe we did analyze to make sure whether there was any cascading effect, but this tank shouldn't have cascading, and that's why we are using it to make sure we're only doing one tank to see what happens, because once you start the cascading, you've got different things that can be done within that, and if you wanted to do a whole tank, you'd have to basically do the whole off gas, or the system to pull from the tanks appropriately.
Right.
You wouldn't want to cascade from one tank to the next. You'd want to pull straight from the headspace into the exhaust system.
And though some of our valving is not gonna cooperate.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
How big of a riser are you guys gonna go through? 12-inch riser, or are they gonna have to cut a big riser in order to accommodate the equipment, or?
It's gonna be an existing riser, but I don't know the size of which riser. So they'll just hook up to one of the risers and be able to pull the vapors out from that. So it shouldn't need to be a huge riser in order to get enough airflow.
I imagine it's gonna be a hose, right?
I'm sure it'll be a
It's
plate that goes over the riser to cover it.
It's gonna be, you're gonna attach to the riser and then it'll go into the diesel engine and then through the off-gas system of the skid.
And the engine, there's enough oxygen in the tank to allow combustion?
I don't think we're using the oxygen from the tank, because it's just a regular diesel engine, however, it's gonna, and wherever it's getting the oxygen from, I'm not positive.
Because it's drawing air, right?
Yeah,
And going through the cylinders, right?
yeah. So it may be drawing it from the atmosphere into the engine to do the combustion along and some sort of mixing with the headspace gas.
Okay.
Are there any other questions for ecology on the permit?
Matt Williams from Ecology has something to add.
Yeah, I thought I would hop in here for a little additional information. The design does pull in supplemental air for combustion, so it's not entirely tank headspace. So that's going to be a source of oxygen as needed. And then it's approximately a 25 horsepower engine.
Little go-kart.
Dan, so let's see if question.
Yes, is it a 2-cycle or a 4-cycle diesel?
Standard 4-cycle tier 4 design, essentially, once it has the controls.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's a better engine for that than the 2-cycle.
Any remaining questions on the RD&D permit?
Yeah, I've got one. Would workers need special requirements for, isolation from the gases either going in or coming out. Would they need to wear special gear? Or ecology maybe is the appropriate guys to ask.
So I don't think we would be the appropriate one to answer that question about PPE that personnel would have to wear for that.
It'd be an industrial hygiene question,
Yeah.
to know whether they're in, because if, whatever they're gonna do, if they need to be on the tank farms versus outside the tank farms. But they really shouldn't be exposed to anything in the process. Even during taking the samples.
So Becky, you probably have taken the cops up for several risers.
Yes.
And so, could you fill us?
Well, I could just say initially, when they go out, when they open the riser, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
They'll be wearing PPE and respiratory protection. When the head, when it's open to the headspace.
Is that addressed in the permit?
That's all, contractor specific,
Is it?
radiological and industrial hygiene would figure all that out when they, do the rad hazard assessment
Okay.
and the IH assessment.
Any remaining questions? Yeah, like that.
All right, thanks. I guess we're gonna break for lunch now, right?
That is next on the agenda.
Thank you to Dana and Eddie and to Brian for coming to
Yes.
today's meeting.
And thank you guys for working for all substitute today. So thanks for being with us.
Thanks for playing fake Ryan today.
Yes.
Thank you all for your,
Ryan this afternoon.
thank you all for your time. For those who are returning after lunch, we'll reconvene at 1:15.
Thank you, everyone. All right, let's do it.
Ready to kick us back off, Rob?
Yeah, I was doing. Right. Where's my agenda? Anyway, does anybody have any more thoughts about the previous talk we had? Any suggestions, anything? Before we move on? Okay, so our second discussion today, has to do with the environmental performance testing. Or the demonstration of environmental performance testing. Now, I want to make sure, when we requested a lot of this, we were talking about a lot of the WTP and the LAW facility and the performance testing of its off gas. Is that what we're prepared to discuss here?
Yes.
Okay, that's what we're interested in. Everybody's knowledge that the off gas system is really a one of a kind at the WTP, that it contains of the principal 8 or 9 off gas cleanup systems the industry ever uses. This probably has about 7 or 8 of those processes all in a chain. And normally some plant would just have a TCO or just have an SCO or just have a mercury bed. Pulp mills use the same technology. So how the thing is performed is real interesting in that early in the days of the project, the gas was pushed through the system. And later on, it was transformed into pulling it through roots like blowers, they call them, or roots blowers. And so big fans on the back end, or pumps or air pumps on the back end of, before going back, provides all the energy to draw the gas through the system from the melter to the submerged bed scrubber into the wet isostatic precipitator, then into the heat filters, then into the carbon bed absorbers, and then into the preheater or recuperative heat exchanger that then heats it up to about 700 degrees C, runs it through the SCO, which breaks up all the carbon, anything that's organic is gone now, and then just left with the nitrogen, and then it's sprayed in the TCO, sprayed with ammonia, and then converted into its gas components of hydrogen, oxygen, and some of the less complex components there. As the gas leaves the building, it gets showered with a bunch of sodium hydroxide, at a pH of about 9 or 10. And that's called caustic scrubber, and then it's out the stack. So altogether, the original performance testings were, this is probably one of the best systems that you could ever imagine. So that's what we hope to hear from our performance testing, is that we are truly one of a kind and the best and the best. So let's introduce our folks. They're gonna talk.
Yeah, I'm Pat Alejandro. I'm the commissioning manager at the waste treatment plant, work for the waste treatment completion company. Been on project about 10 years, spent the previous 17 at the Umatilla Chemical Depot. Doing environmental work there, performance testing there. And prior to that, started my career at Hanford on liquid effluent project from construction through ops. Thanks for having us.
I really appreciate it. It's gonna fill in a big, we've heard a lot about glass making, heard a lot about other things. Yeah, yes, but in this case here, we just really have heard a lot about the tail end.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
Brian Turner, Department of Energy, Environmental Compliance.
Thank you.
We have Suzanne Dahl online.
Yeah, Suzanne Dahl and from the Washington State Department of Ecology, and Dan McDonald. And we're going to do this presentation in a little bit different manner than you guys are accustomed to, because this has been such a team effort on working on the developing the original risk assessment and the all the plans for the environmental performance demonstration tests. And then, of course, the reporting on the back end and feeding it back into the risk assessment. Since that's all been such a team effort between the contractor and Department of Energy and the Department of Ecology, we're doing a joint presentation for you. And I'm starting it off. I do want to let you guys know that Pat and Brian and Dan and I are really extraordinarily excited to be talking about this. And we're excited for a couple of reasons. We're excited because it's been a long time coming. And more importantly, it means that the low activity vitrification plant is getting, very close to operations when we're, taking the time to come talk to you guys and make sure that we hear your input on the environmental performance demonstration testing on the actual test plan. Or not the plan, but the actual testing that's going to happen in 2025. And just a little background, thermal treatment plants like the vitrification facility, like incinerators, like kilns, have to have some sort of environmental test to prove that the off-gas systems that you guys were just talking about are designed and built and installed in a manner that is protective of the air, because there are going to be air emissions. And so you want to make sure that the air column is protected and the environment around the air. And typically when this happens around the country and you have a facility that's got a thermal treatment unit in it, we get a lot of public interest. And you can imagine why, because there's the potential of contaminants going into the environment. And so people usually are very interested in how that works and how the plant proves itself prior to receiving actual waste. For the past several years, the three parties, as I talked about, have been working really collaboratively to develop this and to make sure that the test can be done in a robust manner, in a manner that meets all of the regulations, and in a manner that shows that the facilities can be operated for the next decades in a manner that's protective of human health and the environment. And we can do the next slide.
All right, so I'll cover the agenda. We'll kind of hand this back and forth so that everybody gets to play a little bit with safety topic. I like to do the culture shares. Every meeting we have, we do a culture share with our team, so several a day. And, today I'd share just our mantra out there all the time is just continuous learning. So you mentioned, the little bit of history of this project and the opportunity to treat tank waste, and getting there is a journey. As we bring the systems up, and I'm sure you're all familiar with some of the challenges we've had along the way, which you expect when you bring up a first of its kind facility, integrate the systems, which is where we're at now, is doing more and more integrated testing, You run into unexpected roadblocks, you run into the opportunity to tune systems across the entire facility, getting them to work together. You're training your people, you're improving your paper. So again, it's just continuous learning. It's the ability to, pause when unsure and improving and maturing as a workforce as you go. So in my time there, I think it's a great example on this project of all of those things happening really well. I tell my folks, we don't want to trip over the same rock, right? We just learned from the other day and we don't want others around us to do that. So that's my culture share for the day under the safety topic. The requirements, we'll talk about what drives the requirements for this task, some of the objectives and the purpose. Suzanne did a good summary, a little bit on the history. I can tell you, we worked on it, all the time, full time for the last 10 years. So a lot of work's gone in. And as she said, very collaboratively. We'll talk about some of the performance details, what we need to demonstrate to prove to the world that we can do this work safely. Our approach and how we plan to execute it, which is the phased execution. Like I talked about, startup of a new facility, it's kind of crawl, walk, run. It's the same way when you get to performance testing. You need all systems tuned up, and it's the people, it's the plant and the paper working together, in harmony really to keep the facility up and operating as you would expect it to be. We'll do some pre-demonstration test work as far as testing, but again, Suzanne mentioned the historical work that was done on the risk assessment. So we'll talk through some of the work that was done previously to get us to where we are, and then hopefully give you an understanding of how the data and the testing that we demonstrate during this test period will then tie together and confirm all that preliminary work from a risk perspective and operability perspective that we put together. Again, a little bit more information on our planned activities as we get closer to the test. Regulatory coordination and oversight, this isn't a one team, this is everybody together. Everybody's got roles to play, so we'll talk about what some of those roles are. And then what happens when we successfully complete the test, and we will successfully complete the test. What's the process from there for transition to the continued operations and ramp up and things like that. And then Brian's going to be kind enough to give us a summary wrap up of all those things and restate everything we said through the presentation. Right, Brian?
Yeah.
And then we'll take comment, try and touch on some of the points you made on the front end, but as typical at the end, if we skip something or something isn't clear, feel free to ask questions. So with that, Suzanne, I think you're going to kick off the next couple slides.
Yeah, I am. Thanks. So why do you do these kinds of tests? And so any new facility that has the potential to have emissions that come from some sort of thermal treatment have to show and have to go out and prove that they can be protective of human health and the environment before you actually introduce waste into them. And a lot of that driver comes out of the federal government's Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, or RCRA, and that drives the requirements that there be an initial test and we're going to talk in detail about the test, so I won't jump into that now, where we look at the extreme ranges of how the facility may be run or the worst case conditions, and then test it at those conditions and look to see how it proves out that each of the different parts of the treatment train are doing what they are designed to do and installed to do. And where that gets defined in the dangerous waste permit for the law vit plant. So that's part of the waste treatment plant. So the law vitrification facility has a series in the permit, has a series of permit conditions in Roman numeral 310H, and then a whole bunch of sub conditions underneath that define how the test is to go about, how the test interacts with the risk assessment that was initially established, and then the final risk assessment. And it also establishes a 4/9 destruction for organics. And then in addition, the department, the Environmental Protection Agency will confirm that there's been a destruction and removal efficiency of 4/9, again, down to 99.99% is met. Additionally, for the polychlorinated biphenyl, God, why can't I pronounce that word? Anyway, You see it on this board. I pronounced it earlier. Sorry about that. They have a framework agreement that looks at the RCRA permit and says, okay, if you do those things in the RCRA agreement, in the RCRA permit, and get the 4.9's destruction, then that applies to the PCBs that are there as well. And next slide, please. So, the objectives of the Environmental Performance Demonstration Test Plan, or the EPDT, it has to comply with the standards that is set about for miscellaneous units. So let's stop a second and let's talk about what is a miscellaneous unit. Well, in the EPA regulations, you'll see those as subpart X units, and they're usually units that have some sort of thermal treatment with them. And what you do is in the case of a miscellaneous unit, you take the appropriate regulations that apply. So we took all of the subpart X regulations that apply for thermal treatment units and some other regulations that apply to tank systems and et cetera, and applied it to the systems that are designed that we're in the permit are called miscellaneous units. And miscellaneous units in this case must demonstrate that they can operate in a manner, because you're having those air emissions, that are going to be protective. And the EPDT was designed to demonstrate that the low activity vitrification facility, so we'll have this same activity for the high level facility as well, but that facility is still under construction. The low activity facility is getting close to being operational. And so this is the EPDT for the low activity facility. We'll worry about the high level vitrification facility later. So it's designed, the EPDT, the test is designed to show that it can meet the performance standards that are listed in the dangerous waste permit, and it will collect emission data that's going to be used to plug into that final human health and ecological risk assessment. And it has to be completed in a successful manner to be able to authorize the receipt of actual tank waste, for our actual dangerous waste, hazardous waste from the tank systems. Next slide, please. And this is back to you.
All right, so talking a little bit about the performance details. So Suzanne mentioned this is part of the dangerous waste permit. It's driven by the dangerous waste permit. There are a few air permit requirements that come into play that we'll demonstrate during the same period, but all of the regulatory oversight folks point to that plan in the DWP. So it's a single source, which is really efficient for us. Also, as mentioned, we got to demonstrate the system performs as designed or as expected. And so what that requires here for the low activity waste facility is again, worst case. So it's dual melters. We have 2 melters that are up to temperature now. We're making synthetic glass. We're required to demonstrate the full range of emissions, if you will, worst case test. So that's 2 melters. That's running at full feed rate capacity. And the primary materials we're concerned about when we do this test are metals, chlorine, and organics, primarily. When I got here, just related to that, there was a list of all things that could ever be in tanks, right? Which is an exponential list of old MSDS sheets and things like that. So you got to bound that in a way that makes sense. And how you kind of pare it down in the test world to the key parameters that demonstrate the efficiency of the off-gas system that was talked about. So 2 melters at capacity. We'll use cold commissioning simulant. Cold commissioning simulant is our next transition that the facility will make soon. We actually have a team of 45 folks in right now doing a review, starting a review on our progress to date to see if we're ready to take that next step. And that next step, when we get authorization for the cold commissioning simulant, right now we're on tuning feed, which is sodium hydroxide and water, will then be the first introduction of the real hazards at the facility. So we bring in the NOx abatement, we bring in ammonia, and we generate an NOx hazard in the plant, requiring treatment. So again, approach to the facility, which is great. As far as the approach to testing on spiking, so that's a pretty common term in the test world, but again, we're looking at metals, chlorine, and organics for spiking. When you do tests, you have to characterize your feed, obviously, to know that you're bounding your feed limits. So a lot of historical work done over the last 20 years from people smarter than I that didn't study rocks in college. Chemists and other folks out at the plant to make sure that we understood the nature of the waste streams that were coming to us. And then to simplify it a lot, they calculated the worst case feed we'd get at the lot facility. So again, our approach to spiking is to bring product chemicals in that represents those various groups of metals, chlorine, and organic at a feed rate level that's metered in on an hourly basis to represent the bounding waste feed we'll see at that facility for the life. That makes sense to folks? This is a big deal to do these tests. It takes obviously years to plan it. You need to do it successfully, and you want to do it in a manner that represents your future waste feed. So on the organic side, we'll use naphthalene and chlorobenzene, two different organics. We have various tests to look at individual performance and then combined performance on the front end of our test sequence. And then we'll also spike metals, chromium and lead for the two groups for the semi-vols and volatile materials. And then chlorine is chloride, again, to bound that waste stream. Also related to this, just to try and tie things together, is once we successfully complete this test, on the books already is our waste acceptance criteria. So when we get future tank waste authorization to bring tank waste in, we obviously characterize that feed before we authorize receipt to make sure it falls within the test and the limits that we demonstrated. Tying it all together. So we look at the measured cold commissioning simulant spiking feed rates at the melters, which are our inputs, and then the air emissions at the stack, which are our outputs. The great thing to confirm what you mentioned earlier in the intro is we just had our subcontract test vendors that support us out in June. And they took flow measurements, they inserted their probes into the exhaust stack, make sure we had proper flow, which we do. And the great thing is we found out it was pulling a vacuum, so it's pulling a negative at those test ports, which is a very important factor for safety when you're dealing with high levels of NOx. So really good progress there. And then there are follow-on test requirements. We won't get into too much detail years after the initial test, just to confirm continued performance, like the key parameters like dioxins, furans, and other chemicals. And then when we do this the right way, as I mentioned, spiking is required once in the life of the project, unless you increase your feed rate, right? Because then you didn't bound your test, or you significantly alter your process that brings into question whether your test remains representative. And that does happen periodically. You may have a major design change or something like that that brings in that question. So each time we do a design change, those are all evaluated both by us and the state, through the permit process, et cetera, and make sure we don't do that. Next slide.
So just if I may, so spiking is kind of a worst case scenario is what you're saying?
It is. So we will never get the worst at one time, metals, chlorine, and organics.
Mm-hmm.
But based on the characterization across the totality of the waste we expect to receive in LAW, we will spike at a level that represents what we believe is the worst case for metals, chlorine, and organic. And again, that is confirmed secondarily before we receive it, when we make up each batch. So there's kind of a primary approach and a secondary control there long term. That answer your question?
Yes, thank you very much.
Let me switch my slide. So, how are we gonna do it? So crawl, walk, run again, really two phases to it. And actually there's three, which I'll cover just real quickly, but the shakedown phase is driven by regulation, and that's kind of the crawl part, which is phase one. Phase one, driven by permit again, is we feed and we'll measure at the stack. We'll look at our emissions, and we'll compare the results to the performance standard. So that's pretty straightforward. And that is on the front end during phase one. I'll circle back here in a minute and tell you why we're doing that initial, I call it a pre-test, if you will. And then the second part of phase one is the requirement to demonstrate our ability to feed at a target value of 100% feed rate of simulant with spike materials. And that's to make sure that we're ready to do the test. Because that's not just keeping the plant up and operating, that's making sure our procedures are right, our people are trained, we have control of our process parameters, and they remain in control. Because if they get outside of the expected ranges, it'll stop feed, things like that. And it takes a lot of work to get to that point to make sure you're ready to go. So in phase one, we'll do 2 of those 8-hour runs, back to back on non-consecutive days. Then we'll transition from phase one with concurrence from the state and our customer, the ORP folks, to make sure we're ready. We'll move into phase two. Phase two, the permit-driven requirement is back-to-back days is the real difference here. So you gotta run for 8 hours back-to-back on back-to-back days. So if you think about running a plant the size of Law, that's, inventorying your materials and your containers. You got your people and your paper that have to continue to operate. You need to keep your facility within control. We are making glass during this time, so we have to manage what I always call the downstairs, the outputs. You gotta move your glass containers out. If anybody's ever seen the facility, I mean, all these facilities are, pumps, pipes, parts, and valves, but this is a big facility. There's a lot of mechanical work, mechanical handling equipment downstairs that we're working hard to get really optimized right now. So it does take, it's a beautiful ballet when it works. And then we get to really the culmination of the testing is the final performance test, where we do a minimum of 3 runs. We typically do 4 so that we can make sure we get good qualifying 3 separate 8-hour runs with sampling and qualified emissions data that we'll send off for analysis. And receive back very shortly. It gets its own airplane to fly there. The certified lab is in Knoxville, Kentucky, and then we'll do our evaluation and reporting on the back end. All the data that we generate during this is shared again with the state, the regulators, and everyone. Full transparency as we go through, and it's really learning how the facility is going to operate for all of us, and then, as I said, just verifying that it meets the requirements and performs to design. Next slide. A little bit about risk assessment. So Suzanne mentioned the preliminary risk assessment, which was submitted a number of years ago. Work plan was developed and approved. And it shows that we're safe from a preliminary risk assessment perspective for all those receptors, which is, the environment, human health, and eco, the bugs and bunnies and critters out there. So that's great. That took years and years of work to get there. Now we got to prove it. That's really what the test does. We required that preliminary risk assessment to be approved before we could proceed forward with testing. And then obviously the performance test itself and that data we generate, as was mentioned, gets fed back in to the assumptions in that preliminary model to make sure that, it's trued up and we bounded those emissions to make sure that those assumptions of safety and protection for human health and the environment still hold. That's kind of the full circle there. Driven by the risk assessment work plan I mentioned, it follows all the regulatory requirements. It was issued, public reviewed, approved in 2020, and then incorporated in the permit, and the outcome was favorable. So with that, I will take a breath and give Suzanne a chance to talk to the next couple slides.
Okay, so, I wanted to just take us back that all of this actually started when we first started processing the permit for the waste treatment plant in 2020, but not 2020, in 2001. And so 20 years ago. And one of the things that we did, because we knew that the thermal treatment side of this was going to be a significant concern to many peoples, including the state of Washington, we worked very closely with the thermal treatment expert out of EPA at the time. And that person helped us develop our permit as we know it, and especially as it relates to developing all the processes that go into proving that a thermal treatment unit can be safe and protective. And so that person helped us develop the original permit conditions and the plan for the EPDT plan and the plan for doing the risk assessment. And from that, the original risk assessment helped us establish that the off-gas systems as lined up would be, at least on paper, protective of all of the bugs and bunnies and human health. And so that was a good thing to know before you start installing a lot of that equipment, to know that piece of equipment and this piece of equipment are going to do the job that they need to do. And that was done by having a complex mass balance, plugging that mass balance into a system that showed how much this particular off-gas unit took off and this off-gas unit took out, and then assessing what was going out the stack. And so that preliminary risk assessment was very important in assuring the design was appropriate before we got too far down the road on construction. And then the environmental performance test plan was developed so that we could do this testing that Pat was talking about in a way that is standardized across the country, whether it's being done in North Carolina or South Carolina or being done here in Washington, and whether it's being overseen by those regulators or by the EPA or by us, that it's a standardized approach. And so more recently, because things are becoming very active in 2024, we've been doing monthly workshops so that we'll be prepared for doing the oversight of the actual testing. And we've been doing those workshops with Pat and the DOE folks. And we're during the time period, we'll be looking at the stack sampling, the analytical data review, how the reports are prepared, and we'll be jointly reviewing the information as it's being created and prior to it being submitted to us for review. And we'll be on site during the during the testing. And so because we'll be on site during the testing at the various test locations, we'll have to make sure that our folks that are participating have appropriate training to, one, do their job well and be good assessors, but two, so that they can be safe while they're doing their job as well. And during this time, we're looking at contingencies and unexpected events. And what if this thing happens or this thing happens? How will the group respond? And next slide, please. And so we'll be there overseeing the actual shakedown, the preliminary testing, and we'll be there during the actual testing as well, the EPDT testing. And we'll be seeing the daily reports, the 1-minute data that comes from the data warehouse and reporting systems. We'll be seeing if any of the automatic waste feed shutoff control systems have been activated, and we'll be providing concurrence when they transition from that preliminary shakedown phase into the actual environmental performance demonstration testing phase. And then we'll be reviewing the analytical data and as the draft rough data as it comes out, and then the preliminary reports, and that will be looked at by people who specialize in air quality and the air quality permits, as well as the dangerous waste permits. Go ahead, next slide. Back to, I'm not sure who goes next.
I think it's me. So, when? So we plan to mobilize our subcontractor, this calendar year to site, likely December timeframe. I mentioned the kind of 3 phases earlier. That 4th phase that I alluded to is really the preliminary phase. So we got to mobilize our contractor to site. They bring trailers and trucks and equipment. It's quite a show. Get that set up, and then they do their preliminary testing to make sure that their equipment interfaces properly with our equipment. There's relative accuracy tests for all of our continuous monitors that has to be done. So there's a lot of legwork before you get into formal testing. So that'll be December this year is our plan as of today. Then we'll continue through the follow-on test phases into early 2025 is our current forecast. And I always say those things because that's what it is today, but my gosh, we always try and do better. But the plan will tell us when it's ready. The plan people and paper will tell us when it's ready. So what's the back end of testing look like? So when we come out of each of these test periods with the data set, as I mentioned, those samples will fly away on a chartered aircraft. We'll get preliminary data back in 14 days. Then we get final data back in 30 days. We'll have draft reports already built, waiting on results. We'll kind of triage those and and share the information, upfront and continuously as we work through this. But we owe, per the permit, that preliminary report within 60 days of test completion. Obviously, and I'll just mention it there, because I've been at other facilities that, sometimes it doesn't go on the first go. So we do have recovery plans built into the permit. There's processes, there's reporting procedures, for, recovery from failed tests. Really, you gotta go back and do a full assessment of your design, how your systems were lined up. Was your carbon bed bypassed, were your seal legs plugged? There's a lot of equipment, as I mentioned, so there's usually a reason behind any performance challenges as you do your test, and recovery is built into the permit. But the end result is we don't get to tank waste until we successfully pass the test. And I think that's the most important thing to take away is we don't proceed without the success. So, the other piece that we owe is we get what we demonstrate when we do this test. So we target 190 gallons per hour per melter, so it's a total of 380 gallons per minute of feed to the melters at full rate. Suzanne mentioned earlier, we kind of run, we challenge the system when we do this test, so we got full feed with spiking. At set point parameters, we know will perform for all of that equipment that you summarized very well through our off gas. But we want to challenge that equipment, right? We want to make sure that we're not taking it easy when we do the test. So when we get what we demonstrate, we need to demonstrate, my analogy is always the rumble strip on the road, when we want to drive in the middle of the road. So if we run at the rumble strip and we get our set points that we demonstrated during the test, then we make those adjustments post-testing, so we're running in the middle of the road. And the out shall never go past the rumble strips over here, so we have operating margin. That makes sense to people? Is that a good analogy or am I nuts? Did I keep using it? Okay, good. So it's important to remember we get what we demonstrate. So this modification that's mentioned here is that modification to update our set points to show and put into the permit what our new limits are that we demonstrated. And then, I mentioned the phased approach again, and this request for 3 million gallons of tank waste is obviously important. So that preliminary test and that destruction and removal efficiency test for organics that we do in phase one that tells you and can assure you you're gonna have success on your formal test at the end. But the other thing it does is it allows us to generate a full, complete data set that's quality stamped, that shows that we passed the test, so we can hand that to the regulatory team and others to say, look, it works, and we have proof in our hand that it works. And so we're gonna give this to you formally, and we're gonna ask you for the initial authorization for up to 3 million gallons of tank waste. That will not get approved until we pass the final test. That make sense? So we need to do that test. We need to have a mechanism to get that request moving while we continue to run the plant and operate the system. So we're not sitting dead in the water once we do the performance test, waiting on data and approvals, at a significant cost to the taxpayer and others. So that's the framework for how we built that in. The reason it's that way here is that most facilities have a dial on their processes. They can say, run at this rate or half rate or quarter rate. We don't have it. The melter needs what the melter needs to keep a nice, cool, cold cap and good chemistry. So this facility is a little unique in that. As I said, most facilities, after they successfully complete a test, they'll have immediate authorization to run at a 50% feed rate, for example. And we can't do that because we don't have a dial. So that's what we built into the plan for post-testing. Obviously, the final reports will go to the regulators. Permit drives 180-day requirement. They'll be earlier than that. And then circling back to, one of the key parameters is we'll take that data that we generated from all the testing that we've talked about today, feed that back into the final risk assessment. And it's really easy if our inputs to that preliminary risk assessment fully bound what we saw from emissions on the final test, right? But hey, we bounded all these things. We're not. Either way, that data set will be put back into the risk model. And we'll do confirmation in our final risk assessment and submit that formally to show that full circle, we've done the test demonstrated successful results, updated the risk model. We're protective, we're ready to start cleaning up tank waste and protecting the river and the environment. Brian, I think this is your big moment, right?
Yes, you guys didn't want me to be left out.
Right.
Your time to shine.
Yeah. I thought that was over.
Okay.
So EPDT details are well informed and understood. So basically, everybody who's been involved knows what we're doing, how we're doing it, and why we're doing it. Because otherwise it's gonna lead to confusion and chaos later on. The plan is comprehensive, structured, and consistent with what's been done across the state and other entities across the country. So that even EPA or somebody else can use what we've done and increase their knowledge.
And it's defensible.
Defensible too, yes. Great working relationship with ecology and EPA in their participation so that everybody's on the same page. We can all agree that what we're doing meets the requirements. Because if not, then why are we doing it? We're gonna continue working with ecology and EPA throughout this year and even into next year until we do the test and until we get the results. If we don't, then you could run into something that is a red flag early on. And if we're not working with ecology and EPA, we could be 6 months down the line and then have to start over. We'd rather catch things early if there is a problem so that we can fix them sooner rather than later. Ecology will be there along the way, so they'll see the test results. Again, there's a red flag that they're seeing, they can raise their hand and bring it up early so that if we need to fix something, we've got time. If you have the people and equipment there, it's a lot easier to redo it than to schedule them again. And then, as Pat said, the results will be fed back into the risk assessment to verify what we said was gonna happen, actually happened, and we're actually protective of the environment.
And then the final thing is I included one backup slide, which is the next slide. I won't cover it because we spoke to it, but if you like, pictures, it kind of refers to the phases that I talked about, if that made the slide.
Doesn't appear they mind.
Oh, right. Well, we can say it, but it's a pretty picture.
Alright.
It is. I think simply, so it helps me.
Alright, before we move to questions, I just want to make sure, has anyone anyone from EPA online to provide perspective? Okay, I think we're ready to move to committee questions.
How about health department?
I personally can talk to the environmental monitoring scheme for this, but, as far as radioactive emissions work, I'm not able to talk to that. I could probably bring someone in at another time. Thanks, Rob.
And EPDT, it doesn't have any RAD, so health isn't really playing in this. We've got all the controls for RAD in the system, but that doesn't need to be demonstrated because there's continuous monitors in the system for RAD.
If you'd like to read questions.
Yeah, a series of questions I can ask. So when you're describing the process that we're talking about, where does this fit in with the ORR? Of course, that's the operational readiness review.
Yeah.
Which we need to complete before we can actually get the keys to the car.
Yeah, so, and I'll go backwards a little bit to your question. So there's a series of operational readiness review activities. The big ORR that you see in the schedule immediately follows EPDT.
Okay.
That looks at, did you do all your required commissioning testing, which I own, which is, did you advance it? It includes the EPDT we just talked about. And then it really brings in the RAD readiness component during that final ORR. But prior to that, going back to when my organization started testing, for example, in 2019, formally testing the plant, there's a series of smaller ORR readiness activities by key phase. So we've done several iterations of readiness for melter heat up, for melter 2 heat up, ORCL readiness checklist process for the start of my testing. I mentioned the cold commissioning management assessment plays into that. And this cold commissioning management assessment right now that's out here is really looking at everything that we've done to date from a readiness perspective. And make sure that we're ready to bring in those hazards, like I said. And then the final post cold commissioning or post performance testing. Ideally, we'll just kind of pick up the pieces that haven't been reviewed yet. And ideally, that's the RAD component. So it's a series of readiness activities that culminates in that final check.
Because the timeline had it, probably in December for a while.
Yeah,
Okay, and that we knew the EPD would be taking place prior to that at some point. And I was just, did they skip over or what? So they're still now planning or the final one sometime in early 25.
yeah, probably schedule would tell you today, mid to probably mid 25 for that final readiness activity. And again, it's to make sure everything we said we'd do today is done and it was done properly. And then that readiness piece is really looking at, are you ready to receive takeaways? Are you ready for hot conditioning?
Chris,
I have two questions. How soon after coal commissioning starts or is ended will you run the EPDT?
I will give you,
Commissioning, in theory, is supposed to start on November 28th.
yeah. So I'll give you a non-answer and then I'll do better. How about that?
Okay.
And I stick by it because I've been in, startup of multiple facilities for years is, I mean it when I say the plant, the people and the pay for will tell you when it's ready, but you gotta have a schedule. So as I said, our schedule says we'll commence in December of this year. Mobilization of our contractor to start that prerequisite phase into the first quarter of 25 for the first phase of EPDT testing. Full commissioning management assessment is set to formally start, even though they're kicking off now, the end of September of this year. That gets you from September into December timeframe for us to do the planned activities we have with cold commissioning simulant. Did that answer your question? I kind of went backwards. So we'll enter cold commissioning following the approval that starts in September, the review. So say, late October-ish. And then we'll run under that feed scenario until we're ready, but schedule would say as early as December, we may be ready to start testing. So a few months. And to back up a little bit, I'll probably tell you more than you want to know. Remember, we're running the plant now. And we're feeding material now, and we're using glass formers and sodium hydroxide water through the normal feed system, even though we've had some challenges there. So we are operating and learning now. Transitioning to the cold commissioning simulant, as I said, brings in the hazards, but we're still operating the same way. So it's incrementally getting smarter and making sure we're ready for this test.
My second question is actually several questions, is how exactly are you gonna spike material that goes into the melters? So chlorobenzene, for example, is a liquid, naphthalene is a solid. How are you gonna get those into the melters and at what concentrations? Because you're not gonna put 100% of those in.
Correct. So the
So you
simple
gotta leave
answer.
it into glass forming materials or something.
Yeah, so the simple answer is our standard feed process for what I call simulant material, regardless of what type it is, through our feed pumps will continue through the melter. We've already installed several injection points under a temporary modification at the melter lid on each melter with quick disconnects and required monitoring, et cetera, that our subcontractors will tie into. The subcontractors will bring in pump skids. We'll have 15 and I don't remember the number of containers. We can certainly send you the list of how much over time, et cetera. I want to say it's 5 pounds an hour total off the top of my head. To do the metering in, you hit on it, you need to dissolve your solids in your liquids. So the smart chemist people have mixed up the naphthalene, chlorobenzene, metals and organics in solution, which is what they do everywhere all over the country. They'll meter it in through their feed lines. They'll have a data logger and a scale so that we know that we metered in the right quantity over the right periodicity, which is an hourly feed rate to match how we plan to run this plant. And they'll give us the data on how they did that. And then that'll just tie into the standard feed line, Those spikes will tie into the standard feed line and a T in the line and be metered in multiple injection points across that melter surface. It all doesn't go in one spot. Due to the different chemistry aspects of how they behave. So there's some downstream, off-gas components you want to protect from saturating with organics that may move through too quickly, et cetera, et cetera. How'd I do?
Good. And my last question is, if I heard you right, you mentioned you're gonna first do it with only naphthalene, then with chlorobenzene separately, and then blend them together and do them both.
Yeah,
Did I
and
get that right?
you're close, and I said it the way you said it, I think we're gonna do a single organic. And the reason we're doing that, you know, apologize to Suzanne, because we probably spent 4 sessions on this topic. There was a previous commitment before Pat got to town that said, hey, you guys are required to do 2 organics. We worked through that, we're gonna do 2 organics. Some of the regs would say you only need to do 1. A lot of our work here at the facility is based on what was done at Vitreous State Labs. On their test melters. And so one of the 2 organics, the naphthalene that we chose, that we switched to, was not fully tested at Vitreous State Lab previously, so we were uncertain on its ability to perform at the feed rate, et cetera. So again, some of those contingencies that we built into the plan, so we're not dead in the water, saying, let's be smart, let's test a single organic, and then we'll do the combined organic test second. And in the event we have a performance problem, we need to go to town and talk to the regulators so that we understand what's driving that performance issue, and we'll have to talk about what we need to do. The plan actually says, if appropriate, we can default to a single organic as a contingency, but we plan to perform the test with the 2 organics.
Then with metals, are you gonna do metals separately? Or metals, when you do metals, they will be with the organics?
They'll all go into the melter at the same time on an hourly basis from different small 15-ish gallon drums on a spill pallet coming off that pump skid from the vendor. So yes, on an hourly basis, we need to demonstrate what we anticipate the tank feed to be, with respect to full load of metals, chlorine, and organic to that melter. And obviously the melter goes into a what I call a separate stage primary off-gas system, and then a combined stream. So when we're at the stack, it's the combined single stream for the emissions. And how it gets there is that torturous path that was talked about earlier through the different units that break it down and treat it as it goes out. So at the end of the day, again, I overly simplify a lot of stuff. I just say you gotta have the right amount that goes in, and you got a measure that goes out in the stack, and you know you're good. It's really that simple.
So when you measure what comes out of the stack, you're looking at 99.99% destruction of naphthalene and chlorobenzene.
Those are the organics, correct, sir.
What are you looking for in terms of percentages with chromium and lead?
So there's emission standards published in the permit. That's a long table that we could certainly send down and share for the individual constituents. All the other things. When we do the test, we can measure through we're using all the ports we have available, which is 10 ports on the stack, which is a lot. We have an enormous number of folks up there sampling. We're running just about every sample train and method that you could do in a performance test, which is good. I mean, we're thorough. So out of that, we'll be able to generate individual data on 228 individual constituents. And just to add to, because you're 2 steps ahead of me on this stuff, why did we pick those 2 organics? We picked those 2 organics because they're class 1 chemicals in the EPA hierarchy, and those class 1 chemicals in the hierarchy say, if you can adequately treat these and prove you can treat these chemicals as a class 1 compound, you can treat any other chemical that comes into the hierarchy below that. So if you think about my comment about the soup that, might be in the tank farms because of SDSs, and in 10 years they discovered, new material, we're bounded. So that's how we made that decision to do it that way.
And we have phone. We have about enough time for one more question. Any takers in the room or online?
Dan wants to answer this.
Better. There you go.
How much time are you allowing to do the shakedowns and then the final EPDT? Kind of factoring in that there may be hiccups along the way.
Yeah, so the two parts to that. So shakedown phase one that I talked about, which is the early phase. There's actually a regulatory driver that you get 720 hours allotted to complete that phase. And that's just a standard regulatory practice to make sure that facilities are progressing through the test phase. Keep in mind that a lot of facilities do their tests on real waste. So it's advantageous for them to continue to process waste. So there has to be a mechanism to make sure they progress. It's not our issue in this case. So there's 720 allowed by regulations for phase one and phase two.
For both of the.
So a total of 1440
Oh, okay,
between those two. So that's just what the regulations tell you.
okay.
Our planned test period overall, we have 30 days planned for phase one. Again, early learning, right? And we're doing a lot of work in phase one. So our schedule has 30 days. And that's for the organic destruction and removal efficiency test for the 4 nines. That's for the dry run, full EPDT dry run, 228 constituents. And generation of that data set, and then the 2 non-consecutive 8-hour runs. All of that happens in phase one, 30 days. Phase two, again, is just the consecutive back-to-back days, 8 hours, no waste feed cutoff, which sounds easy, not easy. We have 6 days planned for that. And then the formal performance test, we have 12 days planned for that. So all in total, that's 48 days total in our schedule for those 2 test phases of the performance test.
So what was the final phase that you had?
The
12 days?
EPDT itself is 12 days.
Okay.
So 48 days in the schedule, and again, it's gonna take what it's gonna take to get done. And people don't believe that we're gonna improve in our schedule because we're running the challenges. That's the nature of a first of its kind plan. For some of us, it's fun.
Pat, I thank you very much, for coming in. One thing that we are all interested in is transferring lessons learned from LAW to HLW. We hopefully will be hearing some plans on that, but hopefully you'll keep that in mind when we're in the process of discovery and learning. And
We will.
so we don't have to crawl too long.
We will. Just on that, without taking too much of your time, we did generate a list of lessons learned as we've commissioned through our organization so far. And I can't remember the number, hundreds of those items, on lessons have been transferred over to HLW for incorporation into their planning and their working now. Plus, some of my really great people are supporting HLW on the planning side, so they're not lost.
Can't live in.
It happens. Yeah. And Suzanne's team's been great through it, and Dan, making sure that we do that as well. We don't want to start over.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Thank you, Suzanne, for joining us online.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, we have a break.
We are moving on to committee business.
Okay.
This is. Only using the No, with this fence.
Moment transition.
Or are you partially involved?
I have staff of like 47 people.
And then obviously I'm an operation maintenance. And then I have corporate resources, this type of work. It's supported for the last 10 years. I've worked in inventory. It's been black. It's
here.
I think we've got the same folks for the calendar, so we're just focused on the work plan.
Yeah.
Oh, they will.
So,
My plan is
as many of us heard this morning,
information.
all committees had an opportunity to make requests towards the school work plan.
Got it.
And
So.
what we'll be showing today is
Okay.
which of those requests were confirmed to this point.
Yeah, Eric,
That pretty much taken care of.
it's getting better. It's not fully solved. We're still running our system kind of in a manual mode. As I said, we've got 2 numbers up. We haven't really planned. significant duration, will continuously with 2 melters. With some of the off-gas portions are still in manual. That's really one of our focus areas is to get the off-gas into automatic. And then start that art of balancing.
Are we getting pulsing?
No, we're just getting excess flow. So we did some modifications on the refractory side for some of the monitoring equipment that penetrates the refractory. And found some leakage there, which is pretty common in refractory. I mean, it's great. So it's improving over time. We're looking now at trying to look at that temperature profile through the off gas and the TCO and other things that part of that's driven by excess air. It's adequate to run, obviously, because we're running, but it's not the, the flows that we put on paper 25 years ago. No, it's come along well. Yeah, but not fully so.
Or that was to a negative control.
Okay, let's move on here. And I think one of the things that we need to talk about here is our work plan. And of course, Lindsay, you're first up.
So what you see on the work plan is what we had discussed at the leadership workshop in June. And Rob has discussed, we're keeping these bullets pretty broad with the ability to utilize what you provided as far as framing.
Okay.
So Josh has it up on screen so folks can take a look at it. I mean, it'll be very similar to what you saw previously, tank integrity, retrievals. We were able to support the cross-site transfer line conversation as a joint topic with the LIDS committee.
So these are our 2025 planning, right?
This is the work plan for FY 25. So this is like, if we had a crystal ball, this is what we would see briefing in FY 25. Again, as I communicated this morning, if there's an emerging topic, that is something that can be provided for consideration.
So, in the last month or so, I've been asking all the members to email me stuff that they think that we want to hear in our tanks committee.
Okay.
Okay, and so I have provided that list back to several of them. I got comments back. And then I provided it to you and also to Josh. Okay, and so the idea is that we have more things to talk about than we've got time to talk. And so we kind of gave her an a la carte or a cornucopia of list of items. And I don't know, would you feel bad if I didn't put that up?
I'll put up your list that we talked about yesterday. You can have them bring that up on screen now with the understanding, like, this is our work plan.
Right.
It's a very ambitious work plan, like you said, for FY 25. There's more topics than the department will be able to support. So at some point, we're going to need to prioritize what those requests are.
Right.
To see what can be supported. But yeah, absolutely.
And to the availability of somebody to give it.
Yes, and that's another big piece of it is the availability of our presenters. And so folks take vacations, they've got sick kids, they've got other commitments. So it really is kind of like it's a fine balance to get folks to have the availability to come support these briefings in addition to their regular work schedule.
And we really appreciate it when they do, especially the guys that really know what's going on.
Yeah, that was cool to have Pat here.
Yeah, Pat. And I think that he kind of looks now at our committee for, we're not a bunch of just heads here. We're concerned. We have issues. Okay, the first one on the list, I just listed these down. There's no particular order here or of importance, but I'd like to read these to the folks and some of you will recognize your input. They want to know, I request to talk about the WARM or the the 200 West area risk management issues, the infrastructure and end of life issues for the tanks and in the West area. The tank integrity presentations that we've had in the past have been very good. We got a lot of nice equipment, MDE, et cetera. But one thing that we found last time we asked for a little more information, and hopefully this next tank integrity will, is how are they going to determine the end of life of these vessels? Because they have spalling concrete from the top and reinforcement bar corrosion and cracks in the bottoms. So, the question is how are they gonna determine the lot hit line? They also want to know that, the tank integrity program is supported by a team, an expert panel team. And somebody requested, well, who are they and what do they do? And, you know, who are they? And maybe that's just a really simple, easy, one. We wanted to learn a little bit about this new technology that was teased to us at the public meeting, the DOE public meeting, to talk about potential for dry retrieval of waste. You know, at some point, and I was talked to some of the ecology folks, and they said, well, that probably wouldn't happen until after the tank is already empty, and it's just the crust and things. So, you know, maybe we can scratch that from the list, or else get a discussion with. There's also been some national progress on tank repair, corrosion, and other things down at Oak Ridge and SRNL. And we hear that the Hanford site has been asked to consider looking at how to repair a tank. The question here is I'd like to see a perspective of, would ecology even permit a repaired tank to go back in service? I mean, if they wouldn't do that, then I don't know that they should be doing research on it or whatever. DOE, okay, lessons learned we talked about are very important. We wanted to learn what kind of lessons learned, maybe the big lessons learned for HLW, if we have them now.
With Matt Irwin, correct?
Yes, Matt Irwin.
Okay.
And let's see, okay, they, weekly or monthly announcements out of DOE mentioned that DOE Bechtel and DOE-EM and Bechtel got together and came up with a new plan for finishing the WTP. And maybe in the future, we can get a rundown of what that new plan is and what it looks like. We've had a request for a description of the DFLAW systems, and the various describe the subsystems. I took a note that, and this might be something I put down here, it might be a twist or maybe a full board meeting or something, but the DFLAW conduct of operations was asked that maybe somebody can explain conduct of operations to us and understand what they're doing in that for the DFLAW. We need an update on the quality of the liquid at LAW feed contact. Is it really contact handled from the TSCR? We have been asked to consider the idea of grouting some of the processed low-level waste liquid. And so we really need a presentation on Grout 101. Why is it good? How is it bound? You know, the guy from Battelle, Amundsen, has been the expert in that, or his staff. And
So we're working on getting the group a grout briefing, so that is in the works. With that being said, a lot of what you have on here is very, very technical, so we're gonna do our best to support your request, but with the understanding that this isn't a technical board, and so when I take these requests to our SMEs, I really need to be able to communicate how this could help guide actionable policy level advice. So when we get to framing these briefings, I think it would warrant a conversation either at the committee level or with the chair, vice chair, to really kind of frame out what that would look like, just to make sure that all expectations are being met and the group is getting what they're expecting.
right. I guess the last two here would be so there's been considerable talk about the cross-site transfer system. And it was pointed out to me that all that stuff was built and installed before there were piping codes that were acceptable to the site. And the author questioned whether or not ecology would allow a permit because they wouldn't be compliant with the WAC code. And so we need that discussion. And that may be something with lids that would work,
Okay.
just because of the infrastructure. Would
Yeah.
have their eye for infrastructure.
Yes, there is the anticipation of a cross-site transfer line briefing joint with the LIDS committee. So when that is ready to come forward, we'll ensure to frame that appropriately.
Okay, and then we wanted a first-class tour of the coal gas facility.
I've heard that once or twice before. I don't anticipate it will be on the new member orientation this fall, but we are working on having that potentially be a future tour. Now, with that being said, I think we have, 5 members signed up for our tour tomorrow? Which is, there's a lot of time, energy, and effort that goes into planning those tours. I know a lot of folks were interested, and then when it came to be, we have 5 folks signed up. So we really need to try to encourage our fellow HAB members to attend these tours, because I feel like that's where there's a lot of added value, is to see it in person.
I don't know that I signed up, but I was planning on showing up. Is that okay?
You haven't signed up yet?
I don't think I can get you in now. They've submitted all the documentation.
Susan. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, it was in the happenings for weeks requesting RSVPs.
Yeah,
Rob Davis.
I blew it.
I'm glad that came up.
So please encourage your HAB members to attend these tours.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of added value, Rob.
One thing about the tours, I don't know if it's intentional to try to group them with other meetings that we have. But for me to take 3 days to, away from work is a challenge for me. So if we could split those up somehow, put them on its own separate week or something.
So the problem there is then the people who are traveling for that wouldn't be able to get reimbursement, so there's that balance. that we have to-
But we'll try to balance
We'll keep that in
the
mind,
meeting
though.
topics with a tour, see if we can do a 2-for.
Yeah, we'll lose for it.
That way you're not having to take off extensive amounts of time at work. Okay. All right, Rob, did you have anything else to share?
No, I don't. I was, thanks for showing up, everybody.
I have a comment.
Yeah.
I thought his presentation was pretty good. I have more confidence in this test based upon what he said and his knowledge than I have had in a lot of other presentations by experts. I thought he did an excellent job and was extremely knowledgeable.
I'll share your feedback with him. I'm sure he'd love to hear that.
Yeah, and the other thing is, he spends a lot of time in grilling and barbecuing, and he knows an awful lot about how to do different kinds of meat, fish, turkey, chicken. And we had a good conversation on that.
He said, forwards, backwards, inside and out, he knows everything.
It's pretty good with his alliterations too, with his plan, people, paper, the nice way of describing and examples.
That's pretty heavily reinforced that WPP.
Yeah, no,
All of those things have to come together to.
but you're right, I was actually excited by what he was able to describe. So.
Couple of priority items with our remaining minutes. Would the TWST like to consider its October meeting at the August UAC call like Liz?
Yes, please, for the department's perspective.
Okay, and there was a grout IM team call in July?
In July.
And so the IM team was tasked with sending Rob their interests and concerns around grout, which he would be collecting and considering for a path forward. And it was decided that the grout IM team would schedule its next call during this committee business.
Yes.
Yes. What dates can be supported for that?
Put out a survey monkey.
I need some bounding dates.
Some travelers in September or?
So what, is the group looking for September timeframe, or are they looking for August?
Well, I originally had asked also for a system 10 meeting call sometime, but we didn't schedule it, so that's fine, because people are kind of running out of energy now. The consent decree and everything's gonna change. Yeah, anyway, I'd say, the second, third, maybe fourth week of September. Is that
So-
possible?
So the second week we will be at the,
Spokane.
in Spokane. The third week is the National Cleanup Workshop, and the fourth week we will be in Oak Ridge along with Sue and the EMSSAB chairs meeting. So we could potentially do the week of September 30th if the group wants to wait that long. Otherwise, we can take a look at, the week of August 26th. Or even, I've got some availability next week. The week of the 19th is really challenging for me right now.
August 26th would be best for me, I think. We could hit something there. Move that week.
Okay, yeah, I have a pretty open schedule that week, so
That's fine. Yeah.
anytime that week.
Okay. And so the one thing is, yeah, you suggested that we do a sounding board, as opposed to, I am call. Did you not?
No.
That would be the board action.
Oh, as opposed to advice. Okay, a sounding board as opposed to advice. So would we would do the sounding board at a full board meeting? Is that right?
Correct.
Potentially based on what you decide at the next IM team call.
Okay,
And
okay.
specific to my request was to do a sounding board after the results of the 2,000-gallon test bed initiative came back. So we had something to comment on. So we had information from that test. How did it go? Was it successful? Have a presentation and then do a sounding board, because right now there's only been 3 gallons that have been tested and grouted of Hanford waste. And so you can gather thoughts and ideas and what people feel, but 3 gallons isn't a whole lot of waste. And it was a curated sample. So my suggestion was to do a sounding board with the entire board during a full board meeting after the results of the 2,000-gallon test were in and we received a briefing.
Yeah,
You want to think about that?
Well, I remember you saying stuff like that, but I was thinking it would happen before. And so, because we wanted to make sure that, when they did transport this waste down there, that they had response plans, they had done all the right things to get this first 2,000 gallons done. So that was my kind of timeframe when you said that. So if we wait then and they start to test, we might end up with preliminary in February, maybe,
Suggestion is
and because they have a limited time. Right?
I would suggest considering the details of the path forward as an action item at your next call.
Right.
You'll have time to organize your thoughts, consider the possibilities, and then come together and.
Okay, so we'll do that on the 30th.
That week, okay.
That sounds good.
Sounds
That
good. So
sounds
Josh, I'll work with you on timing.
30th of September, the week of the 26th of August, well,
We
week-
will doodle poll and determine the best.
Week of the 26th of August, it sounds like.
okay. I heard 30th.
Sorry, Matt, you have a comment?
Hold on, I'm still mic'd. Okay. Yes, my comment was specifically about the time. I would be in favor. I know the doodle poll come out, but the August time's a lot better because the Northwest Interstate Compact, that 30th of September has me out for 3 days at least.
Expect a doodle poll. We'll refine that going forward.
And we're thinking real strongly the 26th.
That we feel strong.
That week sometime that week.
Yes. All right.
So anything else that needs to be said before we adjourn the twist session?
Yeah, just thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for your comment.
All right.
All right, thank you. We'll see you back in what, 15 minutes?
For those who are joining the car meeting, we'll be leaving at reach 2:45, ready to begin the CaRM session. We've had our official opening for the day, so we can jump right into your opening statements.
Welcome, everybody. I feel like it's weird welcoming because I'm just getting here and everyone else has been here all day, but So we've got a short but sweet agenda section for the day. We've got a discussion about the M15 and 16 milestones, which are going to be up for review or renegotiation in the somewhat near future in Hanford terms. As usual, the wrap sheet is available on the table over there, just a sort of curated list of what has hit the administrative record since our last meeting. And there's some interesting documents in there. And if you have any questions about any of them, feel free to reach out. And that's all I had. Anyone else have anything for the good of the order before we jump in?
We don't have Jason here yet,
We don't have
so
Jason, but
when he gets here, we
we
can.
can discuss amongst ourselves. What if we start talking, working our way from the back? We still don't have a vice chair, or a nominee for vice chair, or anyone who is self-nominated for vice chair. We had one person who was interested in running for vice chair and then decided to withdraw his application from the board. So, it's not that hard. It is a little bit of extra time, but it is a great way to learn the process and be engaged. So I recommend to anyone who's interested and who's also going to be a primary member as of October 1st to talk to Josh and self-nominate, or if you want to pressure someone to self-nominate or nominate someone with their consent, do that too.
And the membership package has been approved. I am sure that we've already communicated that, and appointment letters have been distributed. So if you have not replied accepting your appointment or reappointment, you'll want to do that here before the end of the week.
And way to fill time. This morning at the Lids Committee, we talked about the September HAB meeting, and we're encouraging members to request travel and book their reservations if they haven't already. A couple members ran into technical issues with those reservations. Over the lunch period, I talked to the hotel and had those resolved. So you're free to go forth and reserve.
I know there was a question about the food options at the hotel during their dinner break. Apparently the restaurant doesn't open until 5, so I was wondering if that was something we could also talk to the hotel about getting special dispensation for.
Yeah, on the website, it says the dining room is, for lunch is until 4 o'clock and the dinner doesn't start till 5 o'clock. There's like that, according to the website,
So our break is from 4 to 5, is that?
4 to 5:30, yeah.
I can make that request.
Are there any things within walking distance? I guess that would be there.
It is a busy part of downtown, so I did expect that you'll be able to travel to many
A
restaurants.
lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we should reach out to Amber and ask if she has any recommended eateries in the area. Okay,
You want to bring up the work plan until?
Catherine has a comment?
I do, being a Spokanean at the moment, the Davenport has multiple restaurants and baristas inside, and there are probably 15 different venues well within 1,000 feet of the hotel. So I wouldn't necessarily push the dispensation because there's better food outside.
good to know, thank you.
Are you going to suggest the work plan?
Either the work plan or we can talk about the next committee meeting, but I will defer to our chair.
Well, the next committee meeting is technically next work plan, right?
Correct.
So, I guess we could start by talking about the calendar. Which would have us meeting the second week in October following orientation. And we have preliminary topics or?
So we only have one confirmed, and so my hope is that we have everything confirmed up by our ESP call. So we are anticipating a 324 building briefing in October.
Okay. So, when we get to open forum later in the afternoon, we can figure out if there's anything else we want to request. We've got some time to do so. But 324 is an important one for sure. And we can maybe come up with some framing questions for 324 as well. And we've got 4 minutes left. Do you think we can do the work plan in 4 minutes?
Okay.
Pretty tight.
You can bring it up. We can start the conversation and continue it later if needed. So what was added to what was communicated or what was talked about at the leadership workshop, you'll see central plateau characterization added.
Excellent.
Close. There he is. Hi, Jason.
Hello. Sorry, we're waiting.
Well, you're on time, we're in.
Hold this conversation.
Yeah. Do you want a moment to catch your breath or do you want to jump right in?
I can probably jump right in.
Okay. So I want to welcome Jason Capron from DOE to talk about M15 and M16 milestones. So
Thanks, Tom.
the floor is yours.
Well, since I don't have a slide up there, mostly here to give you guys a discussion and update. I will introduce myself for those of you who haven't known me before, forgive me. I am Jason Capron. I work for DOE's Soil and Groundwater Program as a senior technical advisor in that capacity. Most of what I do is work with our models and our planning across all of our operable units. But I also do get the pleasure really of getting to work with folks like Teresa and Dave and others in EPA, both in project execution and also planning how we do all our projects together. So while I work with the Soil and Groundwater Group, I do also work very heavily with our sister organization, which is the Project and Facilities Division, who do the waste sites and things like that. As you all understand, there's a lot of interplay between waste sites, facilities, and groundwater. So that's a little bit about me that also sets some of the stage for what I want to share with you all. Where the M15, M16 discussion comes from, I'm going to give a little bit of background to be sure that everyone has the footprint for it. Several years ago, the tri-parties recognized a common need to be able to look at what we call adaptive management. This was born the adaptive milestone approach, recognizing that there's a need in TPA milestone space to be able to be, I'll say, reactive to emergent or changed conditions as new information becomes available, to be able to adapt to that in TPA space, while also still keeping an ability to look at out-year planning and what drives larger mission needs and things like that. So that was the birth of the adaptive milestone approach and discussion and some pilot ideas for adaptive milestone approach. The vision there was always that it's necessarily going to be an ongoing conversation, that's inherently what it's about. It's about the three agencies working together to define priorities as things come up, figuring out what the right frequency for that engagement is, how that's reflected in TPA space. So in that context, Teresa and Dave and I have been meeting for quite a while, talking about how we define that in TPA space. We have had, I think, a lot of good collaborative discussions with each other about how we reflect that in milestone space, a lot of good conversations about what various agency priorities are and how we can reflect that. We've proposed some options for what that can look like at M15 and M16 milestones, but we have not hit an actual final agreement at this point. So there is no final update on it. I can tell you absolutely that the structure is about recognizing that there's a need to set short-term milestones, but also still maintain those planning, that the ability to plan towards the future, towards those long-term goals. And really what the heart of our conversations are right now is about how do we do that best in tri-party agreement space. I will share, though, in saying that I think what maybe be of interest for this group is some of the things that we're talking about for our near-term priorities. And when I say near-term, don't put a real specific year on it, but I'm really kind of looking at next calendar year and that beyond. For the types of things coming out of our group, those things that we're proposing are the type of work activities that we'll be doing and we'll be moving forward. So I'm going to kind of go through the laundry list here, and then as folks ask me questions, if there's something that you're more interested in, go for it, Tom.
Before you go through a laundry list, how about a quick high-level overview of what M15 is and what M16?
Sure, great. No, you're right, Tom. You're right. Thank you. No, and anyone, please interrupt me anytime too. I get to rattling on it. So M15 major is the milestone series that defines the completion of all remedial investigation feasibility study work for the non-tank farm operable units at the Hanford site. So that's everything from waste sites, from groundwater. That's the completion of the remedial investigation feasibility scope. being a little bit loose with that, that gets you to the decision document of what needs to go and be remediated. Then M16 is the execution of a large part of that. It is the execution of all remedial action work scope for non-tank farm, non-canyon operable units. So anything, basically you're getting to all of the soil operable units and all of the groundwater operable units there. M16's sister, brother, is M85. M85 is the milestone that addresses all of the facilities, because there's, you know, necessarily facilities and waste sites aren't often divorced, are often all of the canyon facilities. So those canyon facilities and the waste sites that are right next to those canyons, those reside in M85. So really, when I say M15 and M16, M85 sitting there as part of the conversation too, and I know we all recognize that. Did that help, Tom?
Absolutely. Oh, it was, you mentioned, in the your 2M locations, or milestones rather, operable. And what does that mean?
An operable unit is let me not overcomplicate it. An operable unit is a CERCLA administrative construct that addresses an idea. So within groundwater, an operable unit is the contamination associated with a given area. And I'll use tangible examples. All of the contamination that came from the Purex plant that contaminated groundwater is in the 200 PO1 operable unit. All of the contaminant plumes associated with that, where they reside within the Central Plateau and beyond, that's 200 PO1. So it's an administrative identification of that contamination. For a soil operable unit, it's a bundling of all the individual waste sites. So if I were to go to K area, here's a crib, here's a burial ground, here's a French drain. All of those individual sites are bundled together into one, or in the case of K, two operable units for administrative tracking and decisions. Operable units tend to share some common characteristics, but decisions tend to be at the operable unit level and then actually get implemented at a more discrete level. Did that help?
Kind of, sort of. 324.
324 is within 300 FF, well, more accurately, 324 is not an operable unit, but the waste site underneath it, which is called the 296 waste site, is within the 300 FF2 operable unit. So there's about 100 other waste sites in that operable unit that are subject to the same remedial action decision.
Okay, so it has more to do with, I guess, the regulatory aspect more so than what we're doing at the time.
What it is, it creates a good construct for decision making. So when Dave and I or others are planning to go out and make a record of decision, we're going to make a decision for a big group of waste sites at the operable unit level. And that operable unit will say, for example, here is the decision for the 300 FF2 remedial action. But within that, it will say, here's the 100 or so waste sites within there. This is what needs to be done at this one. This is what needs to be done at this one. So it's a bundling of convenience rather than when there's over 1,000 waste sites at Hanford, rather than having a bunch of individual operable decisions.
Okay, because operable to me means a lot of different.
For sure, it's
Operable units are common in Superfund and CERCLA all over and they're used everywhere. It's a logical way of dividing up a site into pieces that you can actually, if we said, we're gonna do all of the Hanford site at once, that doesn't make any sense, right?
Yeah.
So it's a way of logically grouping and.
Yeah, and I understand the grouping, it's the terminology. Coming from my background, operable means something totally different.
Totally. This is, in this case, it's a CERCLA thing, nationwide.
So since we're having a conversation, this is awesome. Can we have Dave and Teresa introduce yourselves so we can know all the TP agency members here?
Okay. I'm Damien with EPA.
Hi, I'm Teresa Howell with the Washington State Department of Ecology. I think I talked with most of you yesterday.
And you had something to add about operable.
Well, I was going to clarify that yesterday when we were talking about Rev 9, I know 324 was part of that conversation too, for the purposes of the permit. There is a bit of a tie at 324 between the CERCLA operable unit and what's in the permit, but really the best way to think about it in this space is that they're kind of discrete things.
Okay, and I have a better idea now. Like I said, it's the terminology that I'm used to. Operable to me is something's going on, something is happening.
It's a noun, not a verb.
Yeah, operable, not operations.
Yeah.
But having nothing to do with location or constituents.
Usually location.
Usually location comes in.
There is something that.
Yeah, they tend to, for Hanford, they don't always have to be in the much broader operable unit, but in Hanford, they tend to be special.
Okay.
The 300 area is just is
Okay.
two source operable units, one groundwater operable unit.
And again, it's a lot. There was a decision made several years ago on the Central Plateau to regroup waste sites and re-rack the operable units. And that was primarily based on a source type. And like you had solid waste units that covered multiple geographic areas within the Central Plateau. When it comes time, and we've had this conversation before, that makes sense for making a decision. But that doesn't necessarily lend itself to efficient cleanup when it comes time to get in the field and clean it up. It might be better off to go back to a geography base, so.
Okay, thank you for the sort of tangent. So let's go through the laundry list.
Well, and even to give some, I'll play off that, give some context, and it will help for that. So there's, to give a sense, I mean, technically, if I were to go to count that Hanford operable units, I bet I'd probably get up to a count of about 50 real quick. There's about 30 that I have some level of active project going on at different stage at, some at very different stages than others, but those 30 have 30 plus, really more than 30, have a lot of interaction with each other, both in terms of technical scope, contamination from one soil operable unit can potentially impact the groundwater underneath it. So there's a technical relationship between those from our planning. And there's also a project relationship because so much of it is really managed at a program level that inherently prioritizing one project is coming at effectively the cost of other projects. So that's always one of the conversations we're having is it's all those same programs driving a lot of that work forward. So that really is the heart of a lot of the conversations that Dave and Teresa and I have. So when I talk operable units, recognize those interplays, and they really don't exist in isolation. And that was a lot of the idea of the adaptive management approaches, recognizing those interrelationships. So the operable unit really is an administrative construct. It's a way of expressing and tracking like the volume of work we have out there.
To group things that are similar.
Correct.
Okay.
Which makes it easier rather than talking about 1,000 challenges. Sometimes it's an intermanageable piece. So within that, I'm going to the type of work that we're looking at in the near term for priorities where you guys will see things going on. And these aren't in any ranked order of priorities. It's easier for me to go geographic so that I'm sure I don't forget things because that's how my mind operates. So you'll notice I tend to kind of go down the river and onto the Central Plateau. So in the 100 BC area, one project, we made a record of decision for the 100 BC area back in 2021. A key component of that record of decision was doing a benthic macroinvertebrate biological study. It's something we worked very closely with EPA on, and specifically with the Yakima Nation has been a big part of it in the development. That's a study we've been developing. We're looking to continue to move that the sampling and analysis plan forward for that. So we've been developing a sampling and analysis plan. We're looking to start to move into getting that sampling and analysis plan finalized, sharing with EPA and with others, and then actually move out into doing the field implementation, what we call phase 1. So as I get more into that, that might be something you all are interested in, but it's inherently about testing for the benthic macroinvertebrate, big term, the river bugs, if you will, out in the 100 BC area. K area, we're going to be continuing. We have a pump and treat operation at 100K area, treating several groundwater contaminant plumes out there. We're going to be continuing that pump and treat operation. We're going to be continuing some of the demolition that's going on in K area right now so that we keep working towards getting at waste sites that are still left at K area. And then we're continuing to move towards a final action record decision for K area. For those of you who've seen before, you're like, Jason, isn't this about the time when you thought you were going to be getting a K proposed plan? I see Tom nodding vigorously. We have just now sent over the draft proposed plan over to EPA, like the letter's leaving today. So we're getting closer and closer to that process, even though it's taken me a little bit. Did you? Excellent. Yeah. It's like the fastest I've ever seen the transmittal happen. So we're getting that, obviously that draft proposed plan, getting to EPA, and then continuing to work with everyone to get to a formal public review of the proposed plan and a final decision for K area. We're still moving forward on that. And I know you guys get a more detailed briefing from me, hopefully October timeframe, still trying to figure out what the right spot for that is. So I won't go more into that one unless you've got a lot of questions. In area, in a very similar spot to K, we've been working on a draft proposed plan. That's with ecology right now. We're working through a few things on that. I think that's probably also on the October update. So obviously continuing to do that. We do have interim actions going on at in area. We're doing some bioremediation that we'll continue to do out there. That will grow even more robust as we get into the final action. Over in DH, we have an active pump and treat system, continuing to operate that. Right now, we're in the middle of doing a lot of what we call rebound studies. Rebound studies is where we specifically kind of see how the system's performing, because when you're out there working with a pump and treat system, you know, the purpose of a pump and treat is to pull contamination up out of the ground and re-inject clean water in there and help kind of move the system around. But when you're working there with an active pump and treat system, you lose eventually sight of what the water would do in natural conditions. As you approach the end, you want to say, hey, let's turn off the system for a little while and see how the system responds. Let's see what's going on out there and then react accordingly. And that's exactly what we're going through. We've been developing this with ecology because it's such a big area in DH to get out there in a piecemeal fashion to say, okay, how are we responding in this area? What do we need to tweak? That's a study that will be going on for the next really 2 years as we implement in different areas. So continuing to do that and then looking at how we need to adjust our pump and treat system to continue to meet our groundwater remediation goals out there. We are continuing, I'm going to just keep going down the river, nothing too exciting going on at FIU. We are continuing to work with ecology towards developing a record of decision for 100 OL1. That's the orchard lands. This is a remedial investigation feasibility study that we've been working on with ecology for a while. We're going to continue working on that as we come to a conclusion point for the remedial investigation feasibility study. That will look to move towards a proposed plan stage and those subsequent steps. So that's in our headlights. In the 300 area, we are installing some high interest for Dave, I know, installing another well in the 61811 area, continuing to do some enhanced groundwater monitoring for the 61811 burial ground and working with that. Also beginning the early stages of the planning for the remediation for 61811. That's the very early stages. So don't get too overexcited there, please. And then 324, we are continuing. What we'll be doing on 324 in the near future is really the hazard abatement in the building. It doesn't make it irreversible for a trajectory. So getting in there, removing things that you kind of do in any industrial demolition, lead and ballasts, asbestos abatement, that kind of thing. That's just simple hazard removal from the building that we can address while we continue to work with EPA to develop a proposed plan for a potential change in course and how we would do the soil remediation underneath 324. Again, I know there's been previous conversations to have on that, just continuing to move forward with a plan to both remove the 324 building and remediate that underlying 300-296 contamination. That's a multi-year effort. In the near term, most of what we're working on is the paperwork development. That's something that will go out to formal public review. Easy question to ask, timeframe, probably first part of next year. I think it's probably where we're at on that one. That's trying to move a little bit faster, so we'll see on that.
Springtime or sooner would be my guess.
Yeah, that's where I'm kind of, so I'd say spring or sooner. I like that. Moving on to the Central Plateau, I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. Right now we're doing sampling at what we call the 200 IA1 operable unit. 200 IA1 is a bunch of little small burial areas, surface debris, surface contamination. Think near surface when you hear 200 IA1. We've been doing some active sampling out there to get a little bit more data. That's a field campaign we're doing right now, looking to be able to use that data to support a remedial action decision for that operable unit. So continuing to do that data collection to move that into that remedial investigation, feasibility study, and proposed plan stage. Yeah, my personal favorite out in the, actually, this is not my personal favorite, but I can't forget it. Groundwater pump and treat. We have a very, very large pump and treat program on the 200 Central Plateau that addresses all 4 groundwater operable units out there to differing degrees. Continuing to do that pump and treat program, actually expanding it. One of our big objectives in the near term is to get a 3rd air stripper up and operational. Right now, our air stripper capacity is one of our limitations on being able to do more throughput because you can only put water. So an air stripper, for those who don't know, purpose of an air stripper is to cascade water down in such a way that volatile contaminants come off the water and are then captured in the off gas and put through a carbon treatment system as a way to remove those volatile contaminants from the groundwater. Right now, you can only put water through an air stripper so fast because you want it to interact with the air. The faster and faster you put water through there, it's no longer interacting with the air. It stops working correctly. So we're trying to get a third air stripper installed out there, which will increase our ability to do throughput water, which just increases our ability to remediate groundwater all the quicker.
Is that underway right now, or you're hoping to get funding for it?
No, that is definitely part of the planning. So we actually have the third air stripper procured. It literally needs to be set up and installed, and that's the step is actually getting it installed, and then of course plumbed in, do the operational testing and all that kind of thing. So no, that is more than just hoped for. That is very, very real because I have an air stripper sitting out there that's excited to be installed. So, any follow-up on that?
Pardon?
Any follow-up? Okay. And then the one I was gonna say was my favorite, because I'm very excited about it, is 200 BC1, which you might not have heard much about before. 200 BC1 is if you're looking at a map of the Central Plateau in 200 East area, it's in the southwest corner of East area. And 200 BC1 is a bunch of nearby cribs and trenches where a lot of pretty scary stuff from the tanks used to get discharged. And this has been an area that's of high interest because there was a lot of things were discharged there, but especially a lot of technetium-99 inventory that's sitting down there that's really outside of like the influence of some of our current pump and treat system and things like that, but we haven't seen it in groundwater. We've been working with EPA for a while on what the best approach that is. Right now, we're going through some modeling evaluations that are going to inform one of two pathways. I think we might need to get a little bit more characterization data for it, or we might be ready to start moving towards a feasibility study. So our big objective for the next calendar year is, as we finish up this modeling evaluation, is using that to inform either we need to go get more data to make a decision, or we're going to start moving towards the early stages of a decision planning, which is really exciting because this area is actually very meaningful for the Central Plateau. And it's also nice in that it's an area that's somewhat removed. Dave alluded to the spatial interfaces of a lot of parts of the Central Plateau. 200 BC cribs sits somewhat on its own. So it's a little bit easier to do things a little bit more specific to that area without having to worry about those logistical interfaces quite as much. So
They were broken out from 200 WA1.
correct.
Some time ago.
Yeah, it's kind of, Dave probably knows the story better than me on the long ago breakout of 200 BC1, but that's correct. And they're actually still grouped with it in a work plan.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really remember entirely why anymore, but
Yeah, it was quite a while ago. So, and it's spatially quite separate. That's the list. That is by no means an exhaustive list, but I don't want to completely inundate you with minutia. I really just wanted to share that to give you that sense that as I work with Teresa and Dave and our other counterparts, DP and Ecology, the types of things that we're out there saying, how do we reflect this in milestone space for how we prioritize things, how we recognize those priorities, while also recognize that there's other pieces of work that are a little bit further out that we need to keep in the headlights too. So Teresa, Dave, anyone else on questions?
Could you discuss the working groups underneath the 200 East and the 200 West tank farms?
Sure. So that's where I should have brought a cool map. So let's start with, let's do 200 East. So
We could put a map on the screen. if we-
yeah,
Yeah. So keep talking.
no,
Take a look.
we'll get there. So 200 East area. So first, the operable units in 200 East. Let me start with groundwater and work up. So the northern half, generally speaking, of 200 East is what we call the 200 BP5 operable unit. That BP, think B plant. The southern half, roughly speaking, again, contaminant plumes don't always nicely conform to lines in the sand. The southern half, roughly speaking, is what we call the 200 PO1 operable unit associated with Purex. So those are the two groundwater units. Now, as you come up into the soil, this is where you start to get some geographic overlap between units, and there's several units. The biggest one is 200 EA1. 200 EA1 is literally just an amalgamation of a lot of different way sites, roughly 100 in the 200 East area. Sitting amongst that, you have 200 IS1. 200 IS1 is all the pipelines that connect everything. It's all the pipelines between things. You have 200 BB1, which is all the deep cribs, the things that have the potential impact for groundwater way deeper. Not that the others don't have the potential, but 200 BB1 is particularly designed for that. And then you also have things like 200 IA1. I alluded to the near surface site sitting there. And one more complication, you got 200 SW2, which is the burial grounds. All of those have interplays. Sitting amongst those, you have C tank farm and AXAY tank farm. So you have the tank farms sitting amongst that. The tank farms themselves are not operable units. So the operable units basically kind of go up to the edge of the tank farms and they have definite interfaces with them. I have pipelines in 200 IS1 that come from tank farms, but that's the interrelationship. Did that help at all just for East area?
Well, yeah, I think.
It's a lot of detail.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
I was,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm just like, oh my God.
The reason why I was interested, if I was gonna go out and seek out what the operable unit's telling me, if I go to the permit, what would I see? And would it be pretty simple to see what they're doing? And you just convinced me it's probably not that simple.
Not from a permit, but 3 second.
Yeah, so I can probably speak to the permit aspects a little bit. So the SSTs, so let's take C Farm as an example. You will see in the permit a structure for closure plans. So there's the tier 1 closure plan that covers all of the farms, the whole system. There's a tier 2 that covers each waste management area, which you could think of kind of like an operable unit. So C Farm is one waste management area. And then there are multiple tier 3 closure plans within each WMA, within each waste management area. I don't know how many there are in C Farm. I'd say 6 or 7 closure plans to address ancillary equipment, things of that nature, individual tanks or groups of tanks. So the investigation that occurs there happens under an RFI CMS, a record facility investigation corrective measure study. And so that is similar to what the process is similar to what happens in CERCLA when you do an RIFS. So that's what's occurring for the tank farms. That information is all contained in the permit for each waste management area where it exists. So right now, when you see the draft Rep 9 permit, you're only gonna see it for, I think, C Farm and AAX. Do not quote me on that. I'm not sure which exact RFI CMSs exist out there, but I'm pretty sure it's just C and AAX.
That sounds right to me.
Okay.
But the groundwater impact from waste management areas intermingles into the groundwater operable units.
Correct.
So they're connected, but they're not the same.
Yes, and the groundwater operable units, there is not a separate investigation under the tank farms for the groundwater operable units. It's all contained within that operable unit. Within the circle operable unit that Jason.
So it's one global, not separated by.
Correct, for groundwater.
groundwater.
Yeah, for groundwater.
But soil impacts are a little different.
Yeah, so, which is why I have things like the cumulative impact evaluation, which I've talked to you about before, is recognizing the interrelation of those kind of relationships. Go ahead.
So I think about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, there was a comment period about the adaptive milestone approach. And there was talk of using a computer model tool used at Sellafield. Milestones were put in abeyance. What's happened with all of that?
Prep.
What?
Prep is the name of the model.
Oh.
So, yeah. Anita's alluding to is PREP. PREP was the Plateau Risk Elimination Program, or is the Plateau Risk Elimination Program. PREP, one top level answer, PREP is one part of the tool set that's available to us. But what PREP fundamentally does, so I can demystify it, is DOE maintains a baseline schedule. And that baseline schedule is built on assumptions of relationships about how all these technical things interrelate. It's built on funding and things, resources that are needed to do it. PREP is really just a cool tool that says, hey, if you take all of this baseline schedule stuff, what if you put constraints on it that are different than what you expect right now? What if you were to get double the money? What if you were to get 80% of your expected money? How does that squeeze things? Is just really what you say, what happens when you move the bars or your assumptions on there using that existing baseline schedule, how does that shift things around? But it takes my entire portfolio, all those different operable units, and where I say they have those relations, that's what PREP is, the tool to look at that. It also has some functionality to like assert priorities and things like that, but we haven't attempted to really put like in PREP terms to put those numeric priorities on there. That program exists, it's a piece of software. It's not the same one uses Salesforce. It's developed by the same company, had involvement with it, DVD. So that was developed specific for Hanford. It's been through all of its acceptance testing. It exists. It's something I use with my project controllers. But insofar, it's really one piece of a discussion that kind of, it's been really interesting to something to use that we can say, hey, when we sit there and we apply some of those constraints, we've seen some kind of interesting things that happen. So it's been a very helpful tool to look at how we can make a more accurate baseline and use it. But insofar as driving the conversation with Teresa and Dave and I, those are very much still human conversations informed by other pieces of the puzzle. Did that help?
Yeah, but then, so milestones that were in abeyance, are they still in abeyance?
They are, those 14 milestones that were in abeyance are still in abeyance. And those, while those are specific discrete pieces of that larger operable unit scope, all of those operable units that are affected by those 14 milestones in abeyance are still part of the conversations we're having.
And that's what you're discussing? Okay,
Right. And a lot more than that, truthfully. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, those milestones in advance are an important part of it, but really the scope of adaptive milestones is much broader than just those milestones in advance.
Okay, and the result of those discussions will be a date, put on those milestones in advance?
The result on it will probably be because some of those milestones, the way the wording in them may not really be the best way to do things anymore, what piece of the structure will be. The result will be, I believe, not to pre-presume where we hit as an endpoint, but so much what we're discussing is about how in milestone space do you cover the breadth of all scope. That includes the scope under those 14 milestones in advance, but I don't want to give you the impression that it's just exactly, oh, here's a new date for those milestones in advance. That might be the outcome, but we're looking at other ways to address it too.
Okay, thank you.
Without forgetting about that work scope, because it's all work scope that still matters.
So you mentioned the baseline schedule. How confident are we that that baseline schedule reflects a semblance of reality?
Depends on how far it out is. I mean, as with anything, the nearer something is to when I'd be executing, the more confidence I have in it. The more that there's been real inputs that go into it, the more that it's been sit there and scrubbed. Whereas work that traditionally sits further out, there's higher uncertainty in it. So in that regard, I have confidence in the pieces that have always been planned as being more, and when I say near term, I'm like kind of within that 5-year window. The further and further out it gets, the more there's kind of some assumptive bars on there. Now, obviously that allows for a little bit of contingency. The confidence I don't have, Tom, is that there's nothing in there for like disaster what ifs. You know, some of those big surprises that can actually sometimes throw some pretty good curves at projects. There's nothing in that baseline. It's like, oh, let's just create an artificial, we don't know yet. So that's actually one of the things I see most in prep is that trying to create those kind of scenarios of like, what if this happened? You know?
So thinking big picture for the HAB, I don't know if there's a way to present sort of what that baseline schedule looks like in the 5 to 10 year range.
Mhm.
So then when we're developing our cleanup priorities advice, we can say, hey, this was coming up and this one should be next on the list. Might be a good synergy since the tool exists.
I'm curious, how much historical feedback do we have now from past successes with all of what's been done? That give us greater understanding of how well that would be in the future.
I can tell you as someone who gives direct input to the baseline for my projects quite a bit. So I look very much at what the historic planning was on projects and use that in planning the future projects. So and that affects in both ways, like actual costs realized, like I say, we don't put a lot of contingency in there for planning, but a little bit recognizing, what would you plan for as things like escalation and inflation, things like that. And also just recognizing, being able to assess like, well, we thought we'd be able to do that with 2 boreholes and we've consistently seen we needed 3 boreholes. That absolutely feeds back into planning.
So you do have the past tracking forward momentum here.
I believe so. Not to say I can't always find better ways to do things.
Yeah,
Something
yeah.
we're certainly very cognizant of.
Right, but I mean, there is the reality of this is exactly what happened. Okay, this isn't imagination, this isn't future hopes and desires. This is what happened. Now let's use it to plan how we execute. Correct, okay.
The benefit of having a tool like that, it's nimble and iterative. So as you get new information, you can update it and say, oh, that's different.
And, and credit to Ecology and EPA here, because they help us a lot with that. That's where it really is a collaborative effort, because a lot of the inputs in that process too are the parts of the regulatory process where a lot of different factors come in. And Dave's been working with his team on tools that help inform us on planning. And same with a lot of the folks at Teresa's team with ecology and outside of Teresa's team with ecology, that we can feed into that so that we can, because so much of it becomes what are durations really about, how long does it take to do things.
If you're putting in a third stripper in the 200 West Pump and Treat facility, then are you planning to have a more ambitious program for drilling extraction wells to feed that stripper?
We've got
in 200 ZP1 and 200 UP1 and so on?
Yes and no. Some of it is also just being able to up the capacity of existing wells we already have that have the pumping capacity, but effectively have been throttled by the strippers right now.
Okay.
So some of it a large chunk of it, we can just take advantage of the wells that are already there. But yes, we're also continuing to put in new wells to be able to feed that capacity. Because what we're starting to see too is some of that curve that shouldn't be a surprise in pump and treat, that when you've pumped on an area for a while in a plume that ambient conditions somewhat static, you start to hit the ability of what you can recover from that area. So being able to put wells into higher mass areas to be able to pull that out is absolutely part of our planning for the next 3 years.
So we're doing what, 20, 30, 40 wells a year? Are we gonna be able to maintain that rate for the foreseeable future? Cut back a little bit, expand a little bit?
No, we're actually, for next year, we're looking at doing basically the right 10 or 11 wells and then upping the capacity on the wells we already have. So what we're really doing is upping the capacity on the other wells and putting in the right 10 or 11. I think in the year after that, we're looking at about 16, and then we're looking at more in the out years, but that also gets into some of the RCRA compliance wells.
Is that all wells or just pumping wells?
That's all wells, but actually almost all of those are pumping wells because there are fairly few monitoring only wells. And there's a lot of times where we put in a monitoring well that becomes a extraction well and whatnot. But no, we're not putting in 20 to 30 new extractions a year. It's really taking advantage of the ones we have.
Yeah, I meant total wells.
Yeah, no, total wells, like that's still roughly that total well count, I think.
The numbers, yeah.
It's that ballpark.
Yeah.
Total wells 30, is that what you're saying?
No, total wells for next year. So for this year, we will put in about a total of 30. Next year, we're looking more in the 10 to 15 range for new wells going in, but that's all okay. But most of those are.
With the total being what? What's the baseline? How many do we have?
Thousands.
3,000 or so?
Yeah, a lot of wells.
Yeah, I knew. Huge.
I think right now we're sampling what, about 1,000, 1,100 wells per year, some of them multiple times.
Yeah, it is a lot.
Swiss cheese.
It's a lot of sample data out there.
And a large number of hydrogeologists would tell you it's not enough data.
That's right.
Because you never have enough data.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got it right here. I don't know what it is.
I also had one say boreholes beget boreholes, so.
Remediation by sampling.
Yeah. And that is the challenge out there, because it is true that it's always good to be able to get more points in there and whatnot, but trying to balance, because unfortunately installing wells in the Central Plateau is a fairly expensive endeavor, relatively speaking. So being sure that we put the wells in the right place to be able to get the most bang for the buck in that long-term return is a big part of our planning process. It's better to put in one really good well that we can get a lot of long-term return for, rather than kind of stabbing in the dark for multiple wells.
A couple questions, but the one first thing to mind, are you still using RSS technology to identify plumes?
RSS.
The resistance?
Oh, like electrical resistivity?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think of it ERT terminology. Yes, we do still use actually a couple of different geophysical techniques. It is specifically part of a lot of our planning for the Central Plateau, because you have some ionic species that respond very, very well to it. I'm a huge fan of that tech. So yes, we do still use that. I work quite a bit with the P&L guys. There's some contaminants that it's not well suited to. But yes, we do still use ERT particularly, but several other geophysical techniques for a lot of different challenges, including in groundwater. There's an ability to use it in groundwater too. Okay.
There's a cool case study that they used that technology to update the model in the CIE to find some missing tech, which was really cool. P&L has a couple posters out on it, I think, that were worth checking out.
Yeah.
We initially had evaluated the RSS and felt that some of our capacitive convection systems would have to be de-energized in order to get accurate readings on RSS and yeah. And we really don't use a lot of SCP out there.
Yeah, I know it's a good, when you get near large concentrations of conductives, rebar also always can play a little bit of havoc with me. Energized systems, it absolutely does it. I will tell you, if you work with someone who really knows the technology and the capability, there's ways to account for that. It's not the same as de-energizing, but just because you have energized systems and conductive systems doesn't mean you can't do it, especially if it's known where they are. Because there's really a lot that it's remarkable to me. Someone who I first started working with that technology in white sands back in like 2000 and just seen like the leaps and bounds and stuff. Really, really cool potential, especially for like fairly low cost when you have the right kind of ionic species for it to respond to.
Right. So a while back, probably 10 years ago, one of our members had really stressed on the lensing of the water and groundwater and contaminants. And so I think we concluded in the end that we're pretty porous, period. And we're not getting that much. But have you run into any of that in your monitoring that would say that it's a bigger issue than not, or?
It's certainly a relevant issue for us in one area up at the northern end of.
You want to explain it to everybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to know what you're talking about.
So what it comes down to is that you could choose to use groundwater contamination as something that just kind of flows evenly through the beta zone and then just hits water and then it's in the water. Well, what if you have a clay layer halfway down? And that clay layer, even worse, either it shifts it sideways or it's a bowl and it holds it in. I'll say Central Plateau geology is complex, but yes, there are areas of lensing. I don't know that I'd say it's any more significant than it was back then, because I think we understand about it as well. We've just enhanced that understanding. There at the northern end of the B tank farm area, there absolutely is a lens. We have an active there where very much where contamination from the cribs in that area associated with the tanks went down and it perched on that lens. It is a perched contaminated water layer sitting on that fairly shallow bowl lens there. We have pump and treat wells that are specifically targeting that lens. Okay. It's complex though, because pump and treat wells really like having a little bit of head over the pump to run. And this is a fairly thin lens. So we're literally pretty much just sipping on it. Just a very, very low flow to try and pull out that contaminated water, because it's much more efficient to pull that water off when it's there in that more concentrated form, rather than to wait for it to seep through or anything like that. That's the most extreme example, but there also absolutely are cases like in West where we know a lens shifted a contaminant plume off a crib where it goes this way before it hits water. So yes, that is still something we're cognizant of. I don't think it's really, depending on how long ago you heard that presentation, I don't think there's been any dramatic change since then. But just that continued cognizance of it and how we address it is definitely continued.
So the adaptive milestones that were approved a couple of years back, 3 years back or so, that established some timelines for some of the milestones and the rest of them got put in advance. Are the ones that made it through the process, are they still on track or are they slipping?
I think that's a really good question that I should have been prepared for, Tom, and I'm thinking, I can't think of any one of those that we fundamentally had to redo, because a lot of that had to do with continuing WA1, that work plan got through, was approved, 200 EA1 is with ecology now. Yes, I think all of that was executed under that, because so much of those were specifically developed to be really just kind of a 2-3 year goal to be able to continue that kind of work sequence. So yes, I want to emphasize that those were mostly put in at the time of like, hey, let's continue with what we can. But none of those necessarily had a specific site towards a further vision. They were good milestones to continue the work scope.
So that shows some benefit as a process to take smaller bites.
Yeah, and I mean, not to speak, I mean, I'll just speak for DOE here, is it's the biggest message that I always kind of share is, for me, being able to have really a continuous conversation amongst the tri-parties is one of the most critical things for me, because DOE tends to look, there's a difference in my headlights of what's a year in front of me, what's 2 years in front of me, what's 3 years in front of me, what's 4 years, and then it kind of starts to get really blurry. funding projections, things like that. So to be able to have a continuous conversation, and it's not always the same 3-year cycle, because it comes in different cycles. My contracting cycles aren't always 3 years. There's things like that. So being able to have a near continuous conversation without literally bugging Teresa and Dave or Kim and Craig or anyone on a daily basis is a really valuable part of it. Because that's necessary to be able to have that adaptive approach. What we're most trying to define is how do we best reflect that in milestone space, that we can agree on things, but still reflect that in that TPA milestone space.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, I think you probably heard similar sentiment from us when it came from the state, when it came to holistic negotiations, that we're not really interested in setting dates that are 20 years in the future without any guarantee that we're gonna get there. And so this kind of smaller, break off what we can and accomplish something approach it's working for us right now.
And as part of these discussions, are there notes or minutes published that we can follow along with, or is it closed door?
It's closed door.
Always advocate for transparency.
Oh, understood.
But this helps tremendously. Does this come?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Do it regularly.
Yeah, maybe we want to set something like this up annually and do a check-in and.
Yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully I recognize that you got to hear a bunch of operable unit names. Hopefully I wasn't too bad on the acronyms, but anything like that, I'm always, if there is something in there that really caught your interest, that's all of that is work scope. It's very exciting to me. It's really about moving forward a really good cleanup mission. So if there's something there that really caught your interest, I'm also more than happy to talk through any of that piece of it.
Yeah, maybe if we do this with sort of Phoenix in the background or something, so we can zoom in on the opportunity and see where it is.
That would be the way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, give folks some geographic orientation, so.
So are M15 and M16 going to be long-lived milestones?
Yeah, so inherently M15 and M16 are roll-up milestones that represent a very, very large amount of work.
Yeah.
Very, and M80 pipe too.
It could be that M16 is the last milestone series to be completed on the site.
I think it almost necessarily has to be, but.
When M16 is done, the site is clean. Oh, ish.
It's better.
You said you have a potential presentation for the committee in October?
Yeah, I think in October, I'm slated at this point, planning wise, I'm looking at, let's make sure I'm not lying. Slated for K and N proposed plans, which has been one that I've had to defer on for a few times, just being sure that I come to you guys once we're at that right point with having worked through Liddy College and EPA on things, but I think that's probably where we'll be.
And I think we had a tentative update on the 324 negotiation focus feasibility study. Is that still the right time for October?
I think so. I feel it's.
Yeah, it's probably gonna be worth touching base on. Again, I'm not sure exactly how much we'll be able, because we'll just be seeing if we're able to keep the schedule, we'll just be seeing the first draft of the focus feasibility study proposed plan about them. But it's worth a check.
I'll touch base with the SMEs and regroup with you on what it is that's anticipated to be brought in October.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just, like I said, just do that reality touch base if it's the right time. I sure love coming and talking on that kind of stuff, or Ben does, and then, and if not, we'll find the next slot, so.
Have you, detected any changes since we started adding barriers to our tank cars?
No, and I don't really expect to, honestly, in the long term with so much of that groundwater system is impacted by things other, and even when you put a barrier on something, the effect of that, it certainly helps to cut off near surface contamination from going down, but insofar as affecting what's down there in the groundwater and the loading, because there's other sources that are feeding into it too. No, I don't. We do still, but don't let that offset. Do I expect to see long-term benefits from barriers? Absolutely. I can see the trade-off from a modeling and a projection standpoint of what the future benefits to barriers are.
Is it just because the footprint is so small? I mean, it's just covering the farm and not.
Yeah, and that level of infiltration that stops, while very important for that contamination that's right underneath the barrier, in terms of the water load down to the system, I don't see it from that direction where I already have a contaminant plume, and especially if there's a was already a contributor of gradient from that. But insofar as the contamination that's under that barrier that will now not reach the water in 100 years, that's where I see the advantage.
So when you
it's
think
a
about
future
the
that is-
historic, when liquid effluents were just disposed to the ground and all those billions of gallons of liquid that were put down.
The other thing to think of is, the soil, the water doesn't go straight down when it hits soil.
Right,
So it's like a pachinko game.
yeah.
And so as you get further away from the site, it's gonna slowly make this sort of V underneath the barrier. So the goal is to have the barrier wide enough so that V is below where the contamination source is.
Tom, you're my hero too. Just the other day, she said, no one used to have two voice analogy.
No, but that's exactly what, brought up about lenses and that structure, so. That.
And
the
most
more you
wells
know
are
where those clay.
200-300 feet, correct? You're not sampling the VADOS, you're sampling the groundwater. Water down.
Often I sample the water regularly. Often when I'm installing a well, I take advantage of sampling the VADOS on my way down. Yeah, great opportunity for data. That makes sense.
The elevator by the stuff.
Yep.
Do you save cores and things like that?
We do. Yeah, save them for a couple of different reasons. I mean, depends on the core, depends on the reason, but at minimum from a geology standpoint, we do save some. We don't save the entire string.
And I was gonna say, just as a follow-up for the 324 topic, I was just informed that the focus study, feasibility study will not be part of the October update.
Okay. Well, you started early and we're at time, and I appreciate the dialogue. Do we have anyone with a last question? And otherwise, let's do this again.
Yeah, awesome. Like I say, if there's anything from there that sparked interest too, always love coming and talking with you all on it. So just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you all for having me.
Thanks for keeping track of it all. Oh my God.
Sure.
Thanks, Jason.
For sure, anytime.
And Teresa.
And Teresa, and Dave. Yeah. Thank you.
Like to take a break or skip in favor of?
I'd like to muffle through it.
Let's take a 5-minute.
Yeah, 5 minutes, so we will
All right.
come back in. Make it 10, back at 3:50.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we talked about a whole bunch of stuff at the site, and it's open forum time. So is there anything that sparked interest in anyone? Chris had a couple things he wanted to talk about. But I want to open it up to everyone first. Because Chris had to leave.
It's beer 30.
So the one question I did not ask, what I was gonna ask, but I forgot to ask, is they clean up the stuff. Then what do they do with it? Where is it going? What's the final story for the groundwater cleaned up waste that they're collecting?
Okay, I can answer that.
Please do.
So the carbon tetrachloride that goes to the carbon scrubbers he was talking about. Those activated carbon systems go down to Arizona, New Mexico, get regenerated and sent back and get put back in. The resins that do the hexavalent chrome and the uranium and the tech go into earth.
Heard it?
Solidified in ground.
No, well,
Yes.
they get dewatered
And ground.
and then they're already solidified. Because it's a resin. So they might get macro encapsulated, but,
Okay, encapsulated in ground, right?
and that's been a question we've had in the past is what does that look like for ERDIF's inventory of tech? Because it has a limit on how much it can take. But apparently it hasn't gotten to that point yet.
Is it anticipated to?
It's unknown.
Not yet. Especially, I mean, as they build new cells for ERDIF, they're gonna have to update the performance assessment, which will then update the allowable amount of tech they can take. So I think they'll be able to stay ahead of it, my personal idea.
Open design.
I'm gonna get a real quick question. I was gonna ask Jason, I asked Lindsay, and she was gonna pass it on, but I'm gonna ask you. On some of the bioremediation, are they doing worm beds And have we?
Just about every remediation technique possible has been tried on the site, because every contamination possible is at the
Including
site.
that.
I know they tried doing phyto remediation where they have plant uptake and then they throw the plants away. The bioremediation they're doing at N is, a diesel spill from the seventies. That's still messing around, and so it's mostly bioventing. So they're doing sort of bubblers to give oxygen to the bugs that eat the diesel fuel.
That was the bug line you talked about?
No, that's different than bugs, different type of bugs.
Then, and how are the bunnies helping?
That-
Bugs and bunnies, that's all.
That's, I don't do risk assessments, so I don't do eco risk assessments, so I don't deal with bugs and bunnies. But yeah, so the microorganisms that eat diesel or degrade diesel fuel, are the ones that are preferentially trying to give oxygen there. The BC one is they're actually looking for macroinvertebrates in the substrate and next to the river to test them and see if they're contaminated and see if they're thriving or not. I think I forgot what Chris was wanting me to talk about. Sorry, Chris.
Well, if it pops in your head
Yeah.
later, just let me know, and if it's something that needs to be answered from the department's perspective, we'll track it down.
Okay. Anything else on anyone's mind that either related to this committee or not? Just anything HAB centric or,
I guess related to the bio, is there anything that's, been done with, just, what was that? Just trying to think, that, fungi and,
microradiation?
yeah.
I don't know at Hanford. Microradiation is promising for polyaromatic hydrocarbons, so, they're they're semi-volatile, and they're sort of related to the petroleum industry, but not for actual petroleum impacted soils. If that,
Yeah, I just wonder what that exploration, if that was ever something.
that'd be fun to think about.
Yeah.
Just over the last couple of days, I would be interested in knowing a little bit more about the Central Waste Complex. What's there, what are the inspections we perform? The general shape of what the containers are. And are we doing anything other than continue to store stuff there?
There was a comment about the three high stacks of,
Yeah.
drums.
Well, some of this, it seems to be somewhat conflicting information that's out there. The presentation that seems to paint a pretty bad picture of what is actually out there, maybe. But it would be nice to provide some better information that we can firm up anything that we might want to consider. I was talking to Tom earlier about the inspection reports that EPA does on a regular basis, and when's the last time they did an inspection of that complex and what the results were.
Yeah, so that would be, if we're due for an update from Kelly Ebert on the, certification building design and stuff, maybe that would be a good time to lump that in and talk to Ecology's inspection team as well.
Okay, and I have reached out to Kelly as well. I sent her a message yesterday
Okay.
Yeah, so waiting to
We
hear back.
heard, we heard yesterday that a lot of that is still not characterized, right?
That was a question that I was sending back to Kelly.
Okay.
And
Yep, we do. Quick comment, if you want to get a little background, the River and Plateau Committee received a briefing on the Central Lakes Complex in May of 2021. So that recording is on YouTube.
Okay.
Dan, your comment.
Thank you. You know, the presentation earlier on the testing of the stacks actually provided more information about the operation of the vitrification plant than anything I've heard in quite a while. And I'm wondering if we can even drill down to some more details of how that's working and the lessons learned in terms of mixing and blending the various components before it goes into the melter and actually the mechanisms for all that, because I think knowing that will help us better understand the results of the stack tests.
I think the fact that we, part of the TWST request is that somebody requested I don't know any names, but request a DFLOS systems description and describe the various subsystems. So that could be combined with the thought of learning more about how the WTP is going to operate for the LAW. Tour.
Yeah, and also how these lessons or these concepts will transfer over to the high level waste glass formers.
That's right, and that was another one of our requests about the lessons learned.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks, Dan. I remember Chris's stuff. So at a board meeting a little bit ago, Brian Harkins mentioned something about slowing down the sampling schedules to facilitate budgetary needs. And Chris wanted to request a follow-up on that.
So he was talking about at the leadership workshop, a conversation with Brian Stickney, not Brian Harkin.
Okay, he just said Brian, so.
Yeah, yeah, Brian Stickney.
I wanted to reach out. So, okay, Brian Stickney.
So he wants to better understand with the transition from I guess ORP and RL going into one field office, what he explained it to me as kind of like how the PDSs break down. I think that what's being requested is a little bit more than what the department can provide, but with that being said, I will be asking the right folks and I will get back to Chris and the group as soon as I have an answer.
Okay. I remembered somewhat.
You're close. You're really close.
Okay,
Is that it for Chris?
that was Chris's.
Okay, yeah.
I think we had great presentations these last 2 days.
Did you like the format with Jason?
It was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be, like I said, if we were able to put a little bit of visual on that isn't a slide, that's just so we can have someone flying around when he's talking about the different areas and have that.
Or even, I think what Josh put up was great.
Yeah.
Nice to have him kind of go through that,
Right.
but
Well, if we take a look at some of the output from Phoenix,
Right.
it's very descriptive, it zooms right on in.
And that would be also good to familiarize us with Phoenix because it's a really powerful tool. But it also has really nice overlays of the actual operable units. Instead of just a site map that has roads, you say, oh, this is
yeah.
the groundwater units on the Central Plateau, there's 4 of them. Here's how they break up and that type of thing.
But, it says so much.
Yeah.
Give you perspective.
So kind of like in the middle of a briefing with lots of slides. And then just Jason around the table would like to have something on screen that could help provide that perspective,
Yeah,
that visual aid. Okay,
yeah, just a prompt.
okay.
I like your thought about that layer. Okay, here's where it applies. This is what's closed. This is what I'm talking about now. This is what, just to give everybody that sense of perspective. But
Well, and we always struggle with providing high-level actionable advice on cleanup priorities. Because we know what we think is helpful and we only see the 5-year placement. And what he's saying is his uncertainty increases once you go past 5 years. So that's where we, I think, could be valuable.
Yeah.
And say, you know. So that would be a really awesome periodic update, I think.
Well, we talked about in different areas out there, the hydrogeology, is it all mapped at some level?
Oh, you'd love Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix is a cool tool. So there's what's known as the geologic framework, which is sort of a physical model of the sandbox. And every time they put in a new boring, and the geologist logs the soils, they check against the geologic framework grid model and say, is this enough that we either need to do more investigation to refine that, or does it match? And so every like there's thousands upon thousands of borings and soil samples. They've all sort of compiled them into this really cool model that tells you what the geology is doing. Then they use that to run groundwater models and say, it takes a month to run a groundwater model that goes from the Vados zone at a tank farm down to groundwater, because it's, 200 feet and it takes 50 years for the water to get from here to there. But they can look at, okay, here's what we know the soils look like, here's what we think the soils are, in between the two dots. And then what would happen? And that's how they, like with the tank leaks, that's how they estimate that it's gonna be 25 to 50 years before the leaking stuff from the bottom of the tank gets to groundwater. They use those models.
And the way that ultimately would determine that this zone would never ever make it to the based on the clay structure.
Right, or there's giant bedrock.
Right.
Yeah.
There's.
But models are only as good as the data that's put into them, and the more space you have and the more variation you have, the less perfect they are. But just like a weather model, you can get, there's a 70% chance of rain, it's probably gonna rain. But that's not a perfect science. I'll talk about modeling all day. It's my past life. Any other open forum topics?
Just think about good joint things with TWST.
Yeah,
Because we have a lot in common.
we do, and especially when when we start getting into those closure plans and the permits and the intersection between soil contamination and stuff in the tanks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any, I'm not gonna remember the contaminant, but there was a contaminant. We had a presentation about it maybe a little over a year ago, where there was an expected time that it would be gone. And then that time changed drastically.
Carbon tetrachloride?
Was that it?
Yeah.
Is there any update on that subject?
Yes. That extra air stripper that they're adding
Oh, that's for the carbon tetrachloride.
is so they can increase pumping the source area of the carbon tetrachloride and shrink that to, and the source area.
Very excited.
The air, yeah, the central complex air stripper does nothing but take carbon tetrachloride out of, well, and a couple other little things, but mostly carbon tetrachloride out of water.
Okay, and would that speed up that time frame that they were?
Anytime you remove source, you're gonna improve the situation, as long as there's not like some continuing faucet, which, yeah, so.
Oh, I wish I knew that.
That's in response to the analysis that they did and found, additional material that they didn't expect.
Right, okay.
But again, this near the riparian zone, water washing that we're doing on the soil is also effective.
Yes.
We got sprinklers out there driving the
Yeah.
contaminants down to a wellhead.
On the river,
We can
corridor-
pump them out,
on the
yeah,
river
right,
corridor, on the soil flushing, yeah, and that's for hexavalent chromium.
yes,
And that is, I think,
and strontium, there's,
most of the hexavalent chromium, they don't do pump and treat for strontium.
but they're getting,
Yeah, they are pulling some out. But yeah, that's another thing that,
it's a big,
another technology, another remediation technique that is relatively novel for the river corridor, but is being utilized very effectively. And so they're constantly going out and saying, hey, this site, they did this technology, let's try it over there, and, you know, is it 50-50 and is that worth it? Yeah, it's great if it works.
Yeah, the strontium's got that very powerful beta.
Yeah.
And not really a gamma to worry about, but that beta is something we don't want.
I'm interested, I hear that Tisker's able to capture some strontium and.
Oh, yeah.
Why not attach that to one of the pump and treat systems on the river corridor?
Well, might as well put it in the waste treatment complex.
Right.
Put a column of discard.
Yeah.
Or is it crystalline silicon titanate?
Yeah, it's more valuable than gold,
Yes.
but it works.
One more comment from Dan.
All right, Dan.
Yeah, good question for you, Tom. Do you think that artificial intelligence and quantum computing are going to affect modeling in the near term? If we look for some improvements in terms of how fast we can run those and how accurate they'll be.
So I know PNNL is looking at sort of machine learning using satellite data to characterize like different habitat types in the river. So yes, I don't know how fast or nimbly the government will adapt that technology, but eventually it'll get there. I'm still trying to deal with non-artificial intelligence. So it's especially before I have coffee.
Okay, thank you.
It's fast, it's coming, it's there, it's providing amazing results already.
But
Scary.
it's really hard for a human to tell how bad a model is. Because it's all about what the assumptions are, what the data input is. So expecting a non-human who doesn't have experience building models and seeing what the bad outcomes are to be able to interpret something where they just say, here's the output, you know, without knowing what the assumptions and inputs are. It is a combination of art and science, and that's where I
don't
get
think
wary
you
when
wanna,
you say,
I don't think you wanna take away.
yeah,
The human element, but the whole idea is that it gives you food for thought.
right.
Okay, if it's coming up with a pattern that we're not even fathoming, why is it doing that? And what do we need to rethink and look at?
That might actually be a fun future work plan item, not this year, but sort of state of the site with AI and data integration.
I can say that Savannah River just did a advice on implementation of artificial intelligence and machine learning program model for decommissioning process enhancement.
At your meeting, you're gonna have to ask them about that. When's that meeting?
Well,
I was gonna take one of our advice papers and run it through ChatGPT to see what kind of an improvement or disprovement it would do. And I still may do that, and if I do, I'll pass it out to a couple of people.
All right, that, unless anyone has more open forum, we can roll into committee business. All right. I already talked about elections. We started talking about the work plan, so let's jump in there. At the leadership workshop, we were able to add Central Plateau characterization to the bottom of our list,
That was added, yeah, after, that was one of the requests we took back and the department's able to support.
which is awesome. That's sort of what we were talking about today.
Mhm.
Continue that conversation.
There's a lot of energy on Phoenix. Do we want another do we ever bring a tutorial? I don't remember.
We never did.
So do you want to put that on the work plan?
I don't know if it's, I think that might be cross-cutting and.
Is it publicly accessible there?
Yeah, Phoenix is a public facing website.
You can get Jason to give the talk.
Sure.
I'm wondering if that might not be something for like a day 2 of a full board. If we don't have a bunch of advice coming through.
Yeah, wherever you guys think it fits best. I know that was something that was able to be supported last fiscal year, so I don't know why it wouldn't be this one, so.
Because it's got a lot of tanks in it. It's got a lot of landfills for lids and it's got public engagement, components. So yeah, I think that would be a full board topic.
Okay.
Um. So we've got, requested advice from the TPA agencies this year. They're bringing back the risk communication and strategies conversation, which is a joint topic with CO.
I believe so. And this is one that was requested last year, but the agency, well, the department, wasn't able to support. So it's a carryover from fiscal year of 24.
Yeah, so we'll try to figure out how to get that moving a little bit. And risk is such a big topic that depending on who you ask around the table, everyone's gonna have a different definition of risk and everyone's gonna have a different aversion to risk. So how do we stay high level there and say what risk means at Hanford? That's gonna be a really heady conversation.
One of my instructors had always said that you have to add words to it. Risk of what?
Right.
You gotta say what it is you're talking about. So when we talk about risk, that's the universe.
Risk of what to what?
Well, but the risk of, you gotta describe what it is we're risking.
It's specifics.
Yeah.
Are there any other comments on the work plan that is updated now from after the leadership workshop, so the draft work plan?
So on the previous page, were we considering taking out the 324 building since we won't know anything?
It won't be, ready for the focus feasibility study in October,
Right,
but at some point next year it will.
next year?
Yeah, so that's the full year's worth of topics.
So the group will still get a 324 update in October, but just not on the feasibility study. All right. And if you can think of anything or have any requests that are not on the work plan prior to September, send them via email, please, and I will track them down.
I did notice something that is not a CaRM work plan topic.
Sure.
We had, was it December, a couple years ago, we had talked about, long-term stewardship and, tribal engagement and land acknowledgement, and had a commitment from DOE to bring that back.
In the November timeframe.
Yeah, in the November timeframe, just want to make sure, because that's not on the work plan, I want to make sure that that gets.
So correct, it's not in the work plan, it is something that is being planned. I do have a meeting, I believe it is early next week with the Hanford Tribal Office, and so I will follow up and ask what the status is on that briefing. Now, with that being said, it may or may not be ready for November, but the department is committed to bringing that briefing when it's available.
And if it is something that we are gonna be talking about next year, does it need to be on the work plan?
I don't think so. I think that it was a response to that conversation with the Yakimas, and so I think it's just something that the department is bringing back to the group. Another conversation that I had with Mia was on the committee of the whole. You weren't here for that conversation. So you don't see them added to the calendar, and that's because the department and the TPA agencies have not identified specific topics. And so since historically, it is something that is of interest to the full, or I guess cross-cutting topic across multiple committees. I don't want to bring it, I don't want to commit to something that's very generic just so we can get it on the schedule. I want to make sure that it's going to be an effective use of everybody's time.
There's a placeholder for something when it's appropriate.
Yeah, so Ryan and Roberto and I talked about adding a caveat to the work plan that says that the TPA agencies are committed to two committee of the wholes for FY 25 to be planned at a later date.
Oh, that'd be great.
So that way, I think it helps relieve people that, yes, the TPA agencies are committed, it's not forgotten, and it's on paper.
So, the last couple of committee of the wholes have been single subjects.
This That's typically what they are.
Okay, we can't combine subjects in the morning and the afternoon.
I think that we could take a look at that request. I think that planning for any meeting, there's a lot of moving parts and pieces, right? A lot that goes on behind the scenes before we bring those briefings to the group. And so I think we can take a look at it.
Right.
A lot of the times it would be a morning session, an educational session with an afternoon for the group to work on advice.
Speaking of advice, do we have any active issue management teams that are sponsored by this committee right now?
I
Putting Josh on the spot.
just closed that down, to check on it for another. So I need to check that.
And as a status update on the response to True Advice, the department is working on the response. So we are hoping to have it issued before the September meeting.
Yes, so CaRM has one, it's based on concrete testing, led by Nina. And the last I heard, it was for now, a self-study exercise. Is that still the case?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you're interested in learning about concrete testing, and are you sure you're compiling a list of reports or something along those lines that people can look at,
I have.
right?
Yeah.
Rob has some,
I forwarded him.
yeah. So,
This isn't breaking concrete, right?
so I think it's related to something like the Wesson concrete and also the, maybe the K-Basin concrete, stuff that's been in high radiation fields. And in the past, the board had a lot of interest about, studying these sort of one-of-a-kind environments. And, just seeing if that's still a relevant topic. Okay,
They're not dealing with like tanks falling or
no,
other kind of.
no, non-tank, we don't talk about tanks in here.
Right, right.
Tanks are Bruno, we don't talk about Bruno. Sorry. Yes, I had kids. Okay, what else do we need to talk about for committee business? We've already talked about next meeting,
Yep.
which is October.
The dates haven't been solidified, but I believe it is the second day of committee week. It's CaRM typically.
Either 9th or 10th.
Yeah, probably the night.
One small thing to cover. Of course, the April CaRM lids minutes and the June CaRM lids minutes have both gone out for certification. Have you got a chance to look at those?
I didn't see anything wrong with them.
Do you approve them?
Yes,
Okay,
I don't know if Becky already did, but yeah,
she is committed to looking at that.
Okay.
So we have half of them approved.
nice.
There you go.
Okay, other topics, work plan calendar. Vice chair elections, anybody inspired over the break? No? Okay. That's all on my list.
All right,
We finish early?
Little bit.
Okay,
good job.
thanks, everybody.
Thank you. This meeting's adjourned.